This is the Troll Patrol, live with Justin Freakin.
Welcome to the Troll Patrol, live, the countdown to shutdown. The U.S. government shuts down at midnight tonight. Amy Klobuchar currently speaking on the Senate floor. We're going to take that here in just a second. That weird-ass meeting with Pete Hegseth and Donald Trump with all the generals happened this morning, and it was just as cringe as you can imagine. I would like many viewers. Make me popular. What happens if I go to that website's a scam, isn't it? Warlord, will you click on that link? Click on that link for me, Warlord. Make me more popular. I need money. Money me now. Money now. Make me popular. Don't click on the scam link. I even told you I was going to be on late. Curiouser was here, and I showed her the whole story about Nigel Max Edge. Nigel Max Edge that shot up the North Carolina boat dock. Warlord giving me hell about being on late. I will be on tonight, but possibly a little late. I have the live set for 8:30. As you can tell, it's not 8:30. I was trying to still come on at 8. I didn't quite make it. My apologies. I was trying to make it by my normal time. Momentum.
You help
taking the U.S. Capitol by storm.
That's not what they're doing with this vote tonight. We have a bill that would help millions of Americans sleep easier. We're still dealing with the tariffs. We're still going to push on that, which is...
DJ Dub, welcome in. I don't think they have anything to vote on, do they?
The electricity costs increase. Costs are up, chaos is up, and corruption is up. But there is one thing we can do, and that's one of the biggest cost drivers when we look at inflation, and that is health care. So let's start with how we got here. We know that over 110 million Americans depend on Medicare and Medicaid. 110 million. These programs cover everything from hospital visits to life-saving prescriptions to the long-term care that allows seniors.
Okay, so they do have a bill. The Senate has a bill.
Programs, along with Social Security and SNAP, which is the nutrition program, have driven poverty among seniors for years to record lows.
The last vote they took,
the
legislation failed 55 to 45. It needs 60.
But the budget that congressional
to break the filibuster
passed earlier this summer,
that's all of the Democrats voting no.
Again, didn't listen to us. Makes the biggest cut in history.
Holiday, welcome in.
Medicare and Medicaid. That's right, the biggest cut in history, while all these other costs are going up. Their budget cut Medicaid by over $1 trillion.
I saw pictures that the Republican side didn't even show up.
That happened because they didn't put. Well, the debt is so high from that bill because of the $1 trillion in tax cuts to the wealthiest Americans and the $1 trillion in tax cuts and giveaways for corporations, that it actually automatically triggered $500 billion in Medicare cuts on hospitals. So when we go, as we did our members on the Democratic side last week and met with people in hospitals and patients and doctors and nurses, we heard about that. We heard about the 15 million Americans that are going to get shoved off their health care. But the one thing they could have done, and they voted against it once, but we know behind closed doors they're very interested in doing something about this. It is
Thun says he is open to
afford their health insurance.
The conversation about health care credits.
20 million Americans will see their premium skyrocket.
Federal agencies have been ordered to start their shutdown plans.
Double the premiums. That's why one of my hospitals.
The White House Budget Office has ordered federal agencies to begin implementing shutdown plans.
But so many of our patients and the people who visit our clinic.
And the Democrats are still calling on Republicans to negotiate, so we're going to be here all night.
That if this happens, a whole bunch of them won't be able to afford it. Then they're going to show up in our emergency rooms. They're going to show up without insurance. They're not going to get the surgeries that they need, and they're not going to do their doctor's visits. That's why you've seen some Republicans, some overtly saying, we've got to do something about this. They shouldn't be talking about off-ramps. They should be talking about how to get their constituents off a cliff. Earlier this year, we marked the 60th anniversary of Medicare and Medicaid. As we look back at this monumental achievement, we should be strengthening health care in this country, not undermining it.
Trump has apparently pulled his nomination to lead the Bureau of Labor and Statistics.
Passing my bill to allow Medicare to finally negotiate for better prices, making health care more affordable. But we should be building on that progress because the status quo is not okay for people right now. We should be building on that progress by making improvements to these programs, not making them harder. So we are calling on our Republican colleagues to pass our bill. And if they can bring themselves to do that, or at least to sit in a room and negotiate and actually get this done, the president prides himself in the art of the deal, well, show us the deal. Don't say you don't need our votes, because you just found out tonight that you do. They need our colleagues to stop taking cues from a guy who, after a meeting about one of the most important moments.
So I guess the big question here tonight is, will Democrats
video
cave?
Making fun of a leader.
They need 5.
What other president has done something like that when they're actually in a negotiation? This isn't political theater. These are real people, like the woman at Senator Shaheen's spotlight hearing today, who was from Maine, and she is going to talk to her doctor, literally met with her doctor to say, okay, I can't afford these increases, so how do I...
The bomb squad was apparently called out to the scene of a Turning Points event tonight in Utah.
In your brain. Well, I hope the pressure from the public, when they see
the event is
going to build,
moving forward as planned.
All over the country right now. This is not the time to just accept the status quo and say we can't do anything about it while our constituents are going off that premium cliff. So maybe the president needs to get out and talk to that farmer whose soybean market is dried up. Now he's not going to be able to afford his health insurance, and see that perfect storm of ugly. He's not going to meet those people on the golf course in Mar-a-Lago. I can tell you that right now. He needs to get out there. And it's time to start taking cues and listen to real people and not memes and not fake deep fake videos. This is not a joke. Our bill is a path forward, and we ask them to come to the table and negotiate with us. Madam President, I yield the floor.
Senator Tammy Duckworth calling for Pete Hex's resignation. How's my day been? Not good. Justin's in crisis mode.
Madam President.
The senator from New Jersey is recognized.
Madam President.
This may be the last Troll Patrol for a while. I don't know what's going to happen after
2 minutes
today.
Ago, finished a telephone town hall with over 5,000 people back home in New Jersey that joined up to try to figure out what in the world is happening to our government right now when they see just this abdication of leadership.
If you want to make sure that the Troll Patrol stays on, click that all my links.
Right now at a time of need. Thousands of people.
Yeah, probably going to be a new apartment soon.
Called in.
Ironic, welcome in.
It's going to affect their lives. How the healthcare costs that they are going to be experiencing are going to reshape their ability to be able to deliver care.
Not okay, Byronic, not at all.
The simple story is they're scared. The people I talked to, they were nervous about what comes next. And frankly, they're pissed off about this. They know that this is not how a government should function. They know that
but everybody is struggling to get by right now, so it's a hard time to get on here and be like, hey, if you want to make sure that the show continues, support my show.
Hasn't even shown up to work this week. That's right. When I told them about how Speaker Johnson
AI apparently took my job.
Representatives to work this week, even though they were supposed to, they were furious. If we're going to ask public servants to
Senator Andy Kim from New Jersey.
We're going to ask our military to show up to work tomorrow. without getting paid.
I'm extremely lucky that I have a amazing
least
support system.
That our
people that
Republicans
will help
in
me
the
out.
House of Representatives can do is show up to work.
Curious are at the top of the list.
We should be furious about this. It's an abdication of leadership. It is a dereliction of duty.
Also, on the other hand, my landlord has been
Things that I've
super
seen in
cool.
terms of just
If
giving
I was
up
just to give him
on
a
something
grand or two tomorrow, he would be very
have so much
happy
impact
and
on
would work with
so
me.
many people across this country.
So click that all my links.
What I heard is they want us to be the adults in the room, to sit together, to be able to have the kind of dialogue. But instead, what we see is just this posturing and back and forth from Donald Trump, from leadership on the Republican side that hold the gavels here. And yes, the Republicans control the White House. They control the Senate. They control the House of Representatives. And the American people know that, and they know who is at fault for where we stand right now, that we are all about 3 hours away from a government shutdown. And this is something that I take personally. As someone who worked as a career civil servant,
Senator Andy Kim from New Jersey.
today, I worked as a civil
Freshman
servant.
senator, I do believe, right? He took over, what's his name,
I don't want to
seat?
see us get to this place, and this should be an absolute last resort.
What is his name? The one that bribery with his
Show up to work.
woman that he met at the Pancake House.
Been moving towards this and barreling our country towards this for a long time.
Menendez.
So my constituents have every bit.
This is the senator that took over Bob Menendez's seat.
Because after we were already going through this in March, they see government once again not working for them. And they're right. Where have the attempts been over the past few months to work together to avoid this scenario? And again, it's not just about process. I don't want people to think that this is just some tug of war, that this is just some battle for political power, that this is just some challenge between political parties for who has the momentum on their side. There's real struggle. And I heard that on this town hall. We had people like Letitia from Camden who said that with the prices so high, quote, every choice feels like a sacrifice and the stress is constant. It's affecting how people to hold
stress
up,
is constant.
how they feel when they wake up every morning, what keeps them up at night.
Yes.
She remains determined to advocate for families like hers who deserve stability, dignity, and hope. Or an urgent call from Barbara, who begged us not to back down from this fight.
I'm still thinking about selling out. If anybody's buying,
Urge Democrats not to back down from this fight, and just being able to say how
I will
concerned
absolutely
she
turn
was
right winger.
for just regular citizens to be able to make things easier for everyone impacted. She was asking, how can she help? She's asking, how can she help those that are struggling from the shutdown? She frankly is doing
I say raises shit all the time anyway.
Johnson is doing on the other side of this building. Or people
Might as well make some money off of it.
who, although was trying to be an informed citizen and learn what was going on, was having trouble figuring out facts.
That's why I'm too edgy for the
This budget because
liberals.
Just the sheer amount of disinformation and lies that we see out there in political rhetoric. Lies that are blatantly trying to smear and make it difficult for the American people to understand what's at stake. So yes, when we hear the Speaker of the House talking about how this funding, that this is Democrats that are
This is
trying
live
to,
on the Senate floor.
cut resources from FEMA or make
They're
it
3 hours and 41 minutes away from
program
a
for
government
women,
shutdown, so I guess we're here for the long run
It's
tonight.
just deception. Because what we already know is that that reconciliation bill that was passed, this is
Cancel
something
Justin
that's
and D.
estimated to potentially affect 3 million
Might one up,
people
tip one
to
back. I'm not
prevent
high
them
enough for
getting
this shit.
care through the WIC program.
got other news
3
to do.
million out of 8 million that get care now. So who is it that's actually
I got the
hurting
wrong one.
people's ability to get those services? And FEMA? Are you kidding me? I literally heard it out of the mouth of the
Shutdown
President,
now
Homeland
expected. I don't know if they're even going to bring it for
Secretary,
another
that they
vote,
want
but
to
we might have
abolish
something
FEMA.
happen
Here we
tonight.
are hearing it from the Speaker, making it seem
You never know with these fuckers. There are several Democrats that want to cave.
These are issues that
I've
people
been reading
understand,
that for like the last 3 or 4
Jody from
days.
Manchester,
There's a handful of Democrats that really want to vote to keep the government
between
open.
being able to afford food or medicine, because costs are simply too high for her to be able to afford both. No one in this country, the richest, most powerful country in the world, should ever have to make that kind of trade-off. Yet we see right now we're on the cusp of it, not just 3 hours away from a shutdown, but over the course of tomorrow and the coming days, Americans all over this country will be getting their new bills when it comes to health care. And we see that tens of millions of them will have to pay more, possibly double what they're already paying. Over 4.5 million Americans to lose their care, including many in New Jersey. That is...
I do not know how the system can
we
continue.
See coming. We knew it was coming.
We're at a breaking point, an inflection point in this country.
And what happened? Kicking the can down the road. When does open enrollment start when it comes to healthcare? Starts in November. So what good is it if we punt towards Thanksgiving, which is what this body tried to do? They need solutions now. They need answers now, and they're not getting.
I thought one of the bills that was on the table was a 10-day
this country right now
extension.
So yes, when I'm hearing from Lorena from Forked River, who says that literally could lose her current health insurance if the ACA premiums go away, that's what we're fighting for. That's what I hope people see over.
I don't know how anybody has been able to stay on the exchange. The prices are outrageous now. It was fine
again
when it first started.
Detach, and often it really seems that way. It feels like people here in the Senate, here in Congress, at the White House, that we're playing with other people's chips, that we don't feel it ourselves. I found it disgusting when I learned in 2019 and I came into Congress that the president and members of Congress get paid during the shutdown. That they continue to get their salary.
It is disgusting.
In our military and other public servants do not, even though they are showing up to do the work. We should not be held to a different standard. We should not be in a place where it's above the rest. Because that's exactly what the rest of the American people believe. They believe that we think that we're above the law, that we don't have to obey it, that we don't have to follow the rules that other people do, and that's why they are losing trust in this government. And I can tell you, come midnight today, they have every bit reason to believe that, because we have failed to ability to be able to deliver for.
We mean as a workers' strike.
We had Lucinda from Whiting write in telling us, begging us to hold the line when it comes to fighting for health care. Because in her words, quote, I definitely cannot.
The sad part about this is there are people that are going to have to go to work.
Tax credits.
They have a promise from the U.S. government that they will get paid their back pay.
Go without insurance and not go to the doctor. These are
once the shutdown ends.
Of the thousands of calls and emails and outreach that we've received.
Richard, good evening. I've only been on since my normal time.
Stories back just this week about people's concerns about what's happening with this shutdown and losing health care. We need to recognize
they had a vote about an hour before I came on that failed. That's pretty much the death knell.
When it comes to
However, I've been reading that there are 5 Democrats that want to cave. So there is the possibility that something else happens tonight, but unless something changes, a government shutdown is now expected.
We need leaders who will actually be the adults in the room. And yes, so I rise today to make that promise to New Jersey and to the American people that I will keep fighting for you and fight with you as we go through this. And we're going through uncertain times. We're entering unprecedented times. And I know that it's a lot for everyone. But again, we remember why we fight here. That while I'm giving this speech, I'm worried about the care that my father's getting, and my father's health is declining rapidly. Every single one of us knows what it's like to have a loved one struggling when it comes to their care. And I know everyone knows that experience of saying that we would try to move heaven and earth to be able to make sure that they get the care that they need in their time of greatest need. And how can I, when I stand by thinking about 4.5 million Americans, including many in my state, losing health care, making it harder for them to be able to deliver for their family, how can I say that this is a time to roll over, that this is a time to stand down? No. We draw the line here. We fight for your health care. We fight for your lives, your ability to deliver for your loved ones, and to be able to stand up together and say, this is not how our government should work. This is not how our democracy should function. We deserve better. The American people deserve better, and that's what we're going to fight for. We're going to fight for better. With that, I yield back the floor.
The Senate stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow.
Wow.
It shuts down tonight at midnight. The Senate voted down measures today.
Wow.
Democrats brought their bill to the floor to extend government funding through October 31st, but the vote did not.
There is no live react to
also failed to
Ted Cruz's comments. However, you can totally watch my reaction to it right now. Get your own reaction because this is amazing.
Together and say, let's stop attacking pedophiles. How about we all come together and say, let's stop attacking pedophiles? How about we all come together and say, let's stop attacking pedophiles? How about we all come together and say, let's stop attacking pedophiles? How about we all come together and say, let's stop attacking pedophiles?
Well, Ted. One more time.
How about we all come together and say, let's stop attacking pedophiles? How about we all come...
Thank you, Ted. Appreciate it. Appreciate it very much. Is this live right now?
Groups and far left Democrat members wanted a showdown with the president.
I think this was earlier
So
today.
Senate Democrats have sacrificed the American people to Democrats' partisan interests. Now, I hope it will be some comfort.
Look at this motherfucker in his
Shuttered government
Ted
services
Turner looking mustache.
MoveOn.org and other far left organizations are happy with this vote. Democrats may have chosen to shut down the government tonight,
Flash, welcome in.
but we can reopen it tomorrow. All it takes is a handful of Democrats to join Republicans to pass the clean, nonpartisan funding bill that's in front of us. And I really hope, that some of them will join us to reopen the government, resume bipartisan appropriations work, and get back to the business of the American people. And I think that's evidenced by the American
All
people.
polling shows
Great
that
irony in this.
in the past, the party in charge has
the
been
Democrats
blamed for the
The
shutdown.
New York Times is a biased poll, but I think it's where the majority of the American people are. They don't want all the sideshows. They don't want hostage taking.
We don't live in
Want
normal times
their
anymore.
Elected representatives to
I don't.
get down and do the work that they sent
Oh
us.
no, taxes aren't
Part of
paused.
that is
No.
getting this
Good,
appropriation.
good Lord, no holiday.
Something that we should have done a long time ago. So I'm going to hand it over to the whip, Senator Barrasso, and then
Man, wouldn't that be something like tomorrow? There's no sales tax. There's no,
The Democrat Party
but your sales tax is state anyway.
shut
So
down the government, and he did that today. What that radical wing had told him to do was work with them through his war room. He had a war room going for the last 8 weeks to orchestrate the shutdown. But the cracks in the
the
Democrat
federal income taxes out of your check.
when
That'd
we
be
had a
kind of
vote
cool.
on our proposal to keep the government open, the clean CR, right before the
This is
recess,
John
we had
Barrasso
vote
from
tonight.
Wyoming.
So the cracks are beginning to show there is bipartisan support for keeping the government open, in spite of the fact that Chuck Schumer
I think this guy
is
just told me to
forcing a
show my
government
crack.
shutdown, regardless of the cost, regardless of the consequences to the American people. This truly is a Democrat.
I don't really want
Chuck
to.
Schumer-owned.
I feel like that might get me kicked off kick.
There's no negotiation. It's a shakedown when he asked for $1 trillion for 4 weeks. It's absurd. We're happy to see that the Democrats are
Four
already
horsemen.
starting to break from him, and we're going to continue to offer a clean CR on the floor of the Senate to open the government for the next 7 weeks, which is what this calls for.
Senator Hogan.
So how is it that the
Joe
Democrats
Crack and Post Hole.
continuing resolutions during the Biden administration
I'm
and now
like I'm okay with it. I will.
well, actually we picked up 3, but Senator Schumer is having his caucus vote no on this CR. 13 times, 19
I'm fine with it now, I guess.
they're passing CRs during the Biden administration and now they can't vote for a clean CR? I mean, what's going on with that, right? And, you know...
What's the deal with that?
Oh, well, because there's no Democrat priorities in it. Well, there's no Republican priorities in it. It's a clean CR.
This is Senator John Hooven
Off the jump.
from North Dakota. I've never even heard of this. How is there a senator I've never heard of? Where'd this motherfucker come from?
Our leader, Leader Thun, is bringing the appropriations bills to the floor. We've passed 3 of them already.
I feel like I would have remembered him.
He's ready to bring more appropriation bills to the floor. That's called...
He looks like the villain on a children's cartoon. Tentacle Girl, welcome in.
So what do the Democrats have?
We were just talking about showing crack and posting hole.
Involved in passing appropriations bills, because that's what this clean CR sets up.
Tentacle Girl, I appreciate your Twitter feed.
What's the deal? Let's get these appropriation bills to the floor. Let's have regular order. Let's pass them. Both Republicans and Democrats should be asking for that.
You live in sexual
because that's
anarchy.
what serves the American people.
Senator Marino.
I appreciate any woman that is willing to let me see her butthole.
This is no.
Even if I have to pay for it.
I think it's gross.
But is putting it up there like, so I'm willing to pay. That is something very personal.
Get our way.
I will pay to see butthole.
Get our way and allow Republicans to continue to negotiate on a bipartisan basis to actually fund the government the right way. And he's afraid. I think he's afraid that we would actually have passed 12 appropriations bills and gotten a budget across the finish line and then had to admit that Republicans actually govern this country. So instead, it reminds me
Satan. Love it. Love it. When you are amazing.
The sandbox and can't have their way. It's ridiculous. The good news is this.
Everyone go follow Tentacle Girl, especially,
3 Democrats have voted with us in complete unity.
You're into that sort of thing.
More to wake up tomorrow morning and go, this is just stupid. Because I think most normal Americans would look and they go, why are you putting the American people through this? 5 Democrats have the power.
Pretty sure most of the people in my chat are degens.
And I hope they're listening, and I hope they have the courage to actually do it. And I want to thank our leadership.
Light one up, dib one back. We're going to get Willie Nelson
and making this process get to
You're
this point
Willie Nelson
of
high.
Complete Republican
You're
unity
smoking
for the
some of
most
the
part,
best
and
dope
bring
God ever
3
put
Democrats
breath in.
along the way. So thank you.
Thanks, Senator Marino. A couple quick questions.
Will you meet with Senator Schumer now that this is shut down, or are you just going to put the bill on the floor and just make them vote it down time and time again?
Well, if
they're just going to keep putting the bill on the floor, making them vote it down, I guess.
wants to sit down and have a conversation, he knows where I am. We're right here.
This was earlier today.
Away from him.
The Senate has recessed until in the morning,
to vote
so
on
there's no opportunity to vote anymore. Shutdown is inevitable. I guess I just move on and do the news. I was wanting to kind of catch everybody on what the Republicans' position was. Remember, this came down to 2 things that the Democrats were demanding. Protection of the ACA subsidies, so people didn't see their medical bills, their insurance bills rise when they re-up their Obamacare next month.
It'd be nice to have more
October,
than that.
tomorrow.
But until there's sort of that critical mass of people who...
The other thing was rescissions. Donald Trump has been coming back behind the bills they have passed
where we
and has been taking out
conversation. But hopefully that'll happen.
Funding
this is unnecessary.
through rescission, which has been declared unconstitutional.
So uncalled for.
Anonymously, welcome in. So they want assurances that if they pass a budget bill, Trump isn't just going to cut funding for projects after it passes anyway.
Right, and I think
which, I mean, what's an assurance from Trump?
People who are, there are others out there, I think, who don't want to shut
I
down.
think we just fell out of a coconut tree.
Positioned by their leadership that should make them, ought to make all of them very uncomfortable. So we'll see. I mean, I think that tonight was evidence that there is some movement there, and we'll allow our Democrat colleagues.
Oh, shut up, Lester.
To vote on whether
I was really hoping it'd be close to his mouth
to open it back up.
I know you said that you're open to working with Democrats on Affordable Care Act subsidies, which do expire in
Carla, welcome in.
Americans, but are your
Listen, I had to catch Curiouser up on all the news. She didn't know about Nigel Max Edge. Thought that LGBTQ white supremacists and pedophiles were trying to kill him because he's a straight man. The dude in Michigan that drove his big honking truck into the side of a Mormon church. 2 big American flags on the back of it. Opened fire. Set fire to the church. The dude we watched last night. I'm sorry I kept getting cut off last night. I was determined to do the stream, though. When we came back, we watched the story. If you guys didn't see it, I encourage you to go watch the last, 45 minutes, hour of the show on YouTube. Holy shit. The guy goes into a news station, admits to killing his parents. They have a whole interview with him for 30 minutes. So his claim is that he mercy killed his parents. This was 7 years ago. Since then, oh my God, are we gonna have to do this again? We'll go back and cover this since not everybody was with me when I came back for the 3rd time last night. So we will do this news story here, which has excerpts from the interview. And then I'll have to go and find he ran for president in 2020. You're not going to believe all the shit this guy was into. Or no, you will. By the way, he ran for president after killing his family. This is from February of 2020. This is a much younger picture of Mr. Krause. By the way, he is a Nazi. When asked what it will take to beat President Trump, presidential candidate Lorenz Krause response is to be a true nationalist. Lorenz Krause, the 2020 presidential candidate on the New Hampshire ballot as a Democrat, lives in Albany, New York, where he grew up. I began to learn about politics rather early at 5 years old when my father asked me to point out the guy on TV. It was Jimmy Carter. I didn't identify as a Democrat or Republican. I wanted to develop a way of thinking about politics. The themes of my campaign are good faith nationalism. Although President Trump has described himself as a nationalist, Krause, whose website Krause 2020 peddles an anti-Semitic views and conspiracy theories, disagrees. Krause's website is layered with anti-Semitic memes, and Krause calls for meme creators to partake in spreading these views. A section of Krause's website, MemeWorks, describes winning the upcoming election as "May the best meme win." Krause called Trump a lunatic Zionist waving a gun in everyone's face when asked if he was a nationalist. Temple University Jewish Studies and Gender professor Lauren S. Levitt, who wrote The American Jewish Loss After the Holocaust, was asked to read Krause's website, banjews.com. Levitt said it does not deserve any analytical analysis. A website simply entitled Ban Jews is not something that deserves serious critical engagement. As Deborah Lipstadt has argued, one does not critically engage with those whose basic premise is already formed and does not leave any space for thoughtful discussion. So that is the past. He had already killed his parents. I don't think he ever got what he wanted to say out. Dude's already given he's already given an interview from inside of jail. Oh God, Samson. This is like the time somebody came in when we were towards the end of Taylor's Business and I had to go back and explain it all again. This man, where do I start? This is Lorenz Krause, not Lawrence Krause. Lorenz Krause. And what a week it is to be Lawrence Krause, who kind of looks like him, to be honest. He looks like a Jim Henson creation. This man has admitted he gave an interview. Oh, God. Hold on, let me go back. Where do I have my history up here somewhere? So I have the. Okay, here we go. He gave an interview with CBS 6 in Albany, New York. Yes, this is amazing. That's why I do not care one bit to go back and recap this whole fucking thing. This dude gave an interview to a TV station in Albany, New York, saying that he killed his parents. Okay, so Holiday, yes, it was starting to be investigated. They were investigating him for Social Security fraud. So they were wondering about the Social Security money because he's been collecting the Social Security money the entire time. During this is like a 30-minute rambling interview. During the interview, he said that it was okay that he took the Social Security money because he actually sent it to people who were in need in Puerto Rico.
She was there for a few hours, and then I finished her.
We'll go to JT Fetch.
And get that, he left his mom apparently laying on top of his dead dad for a few hours. That she's just laying there on top of him. I guess. What's that like? What goes? And then I finished her. Wow. Just so. Basically, he says the backyard is dug up. But the really fun shit about this dude is like he was a guy that Dave should have been covering. He ran for president in 2020. I didn't identify as Democrat or Republican. I wanted to develop a way of thinking about politics. The themes of my campaign are good faith nationalism. Although President Trump has described himself as a nationalist, Krauss, whose website Krauss 2020 peddles an anti-Semitic views and conspiracy theories, disagrees. Krauss's website is layered with anti-Semitic memes, and Krauss calls for meme creators to partake in spreading these views. A section of Krauss's website, Memeworks, describes winning the upcoming election as "May the best meme win." Krauss called Trump a lunatic Zionist waving a gun in everyone's face. He also apparently, his main website was apparently a site called banjews.com. Dave would have Austin Bennett ruled him, yep.
Hey, Justin, are you trolling?
He did the interview to get a platform for his Nazi beliefs. I think the walls were closing in on him. They were coming with a financial investigation into his Social Security, collecting the benefits from his parents after they died, which he apparently once again sent to Puerto Rico.
How about we all come together and say, let's stop attacking pedophiles? How about we all come together and say, let's stop attacking pedophiles? How about we all come together and say, let's stop attacking pedophiles? How about we all come together and say, let's stop attacking pedophiles? How about we all come together and say, let's stop attacking pedophiles? How about we all come together and say, let's stop attacking pedophiles? How about we all come together and say, let's stop attacking pedophiles? How about we all come together and say, let's stop attacking pedophiles? How about we all come together and say, let's stop attacking pedophiles?
I'm sure he didn't mean to say that.
Attacking pedophiles.
I would hope.
How about we all come together and say, let's...
But I kind of don't want to look up the whole clip. I kind of don't want to. I would love to see him correct himself. That was today. Okay, 17 seconds. This is probably the whole clip here. I kind of don't want to do this. I don't want the mystique ruined for me.
Senator Booker also said we should have bipartisan agreement. I think that's a great idea. We should have bipartisan agreement. How about we all come together and say, let's stop murders? How about we all come together and say, let's stop rape? How about we all come together and say, let's stop attacking pedophiles? Senator Booker also said we should have bipartisan agreement. I think that's a great idea. We should have bipartisan agreement. How about
we got the context. Really didn't make it any better, did it? Oh my God, Ted. I would like to hear what he said to correct himself. Can I get the full? Oh my God, there's so many. Oh, fuck. Nobody has the full clip. Nobody has the correction. It is just the let's come together and stop attacking pedophiles. I assume he didn't mean to say that. I hope. I'm not finding the full clip. The 17-second one is the longest one I'm finding, and that just expands on the beginning. Yeah, how about we come together and stop protecting pedophiles? That is a message we can all get behind.
Together and say, let's stop attacking pedophiles. But we all come together and say, let's stop attacking pedophiles. But we all come together and say, let's stop attacking pedophiles. But we all come together and say, let's stop attacking pedophiles. But we all come together and say, let's stop attacking pedophiles. But we all come together and say, let's stop attacking pedophiles. But we all come together and say, let's stop attacking pedophiles. But we all come together and say, let's stop attacking pedophiles. But we all come together and say, let's stop attacking pedophiles. But we all come together and say, let's...
You can unmute the stream. I'm sorry, I'm supposed to show a content warning before we see Ted Cruz. Aren't we? This is from earlier today.
That deserve no money. Aren't there things that deserve less money or maybe even the same? A long-term continuing resolution is a crazy...
We are 3 hours away from a shutdown. The Senate has recessed.
That we're dealing with.
I was kind of expecting them to continue to will and deal throughout the night, but it doesn't look like they're going to.
It's unnecessary.
They just said, fuck it, we'll go home.
Avoid a long-term CR.
There's still 3 hours to go.
We need the time to do it.
So I guess we're done checking in with... I didn't really prepare a show because, you know, we were on the countdown to shutdown, but apparently, like, nobody in Washington really gives a shit. They're just gonna let it happen. Earlier today in Quantico, Virginia, Secretary Hegseth addressed top military leaders.
This also means grooming standards. No more beards, long hair, superficial individual expression. We're going to cut our hair, shave our beards, and adhere to standards. Because it's like the broken windows theory of policing. It's like when you let the small stuff go, the big stuff eventually goes. So you have to address the small stuff. This is on duty, in the field, and in the rear. If you want a beard, you can join Special Forces. If not, then shave. We don't have a military full of Nordic pagans. But unfortunately, we have had leaders who either refuse to call BS and enforce standards, or leaders who felt like they were not allowed to enforce standards. Both are unacceptable. And that's why today, at my direction, the era of unprofessional appearance is over. No more beardos. The era of rampant and ridiculous shaving profiles is done. Simply put, if you do not meet the male-level physical standards for combat positions, cannot pass a PT test, or don't want to shave and look professional, it's time for a new position or a new profession.
Not the only thing about physical appearance he was focused on today during his address to the generals, which I'm amazed this was televised with the big gigantic American flag behind. That doesn't look Nazi-ish at all.
With physical fitness and appearance. If the Secretary of War can do regular, hard PT, so can every member of our joint force. Frankly, it's tiring to look out at combat formations, or really any formation, and see fat troops. Likewise, it's completely unacceptable to see fat generals and admirals in the halls of the Pentagon and leading commands around the country and the world. It's a bad look. It is bad, and it's not who we are. So whether you're an airborne ranger or a chairborne ranger, a brand new private or a 4-star general, you need to meet the height and weight standards and pass your PT test. And as the chairman said, yes, there is no PT test. But today, at my direction, every member of the joint force at every rank is required to take a PT test twice a year, as well as meet height and weight requirements twice a year.
Seriously, what a joke. This dude is talking to generals like this.
Also today, at my direction, every warrior across our joint force is required to do PT every duty day. Should be common sense. I mean, most units do that already.
He's extremely focused on physical appearance, including race and gender, apparently. Sounds kind of Nazi-ish if you ask me.
For too long, we've promoted too many uniformed leaders for the wrong reasons. Based on their race, based on gender quotas, based on historic so-called firsts. We've pretended that combat arms and non-combat arms are the same thing. We've weeded out so-called toxic leaders under the guise of double-blind psychology assessments, promoting risk-averse, go-along-to-get-along conformists instead. You name it, the department did it. Foolish and reckless political leaders set the wrong compass heading, and we lost our way. We became the woke department, but not anymore. Right now, I'm looking out at a sea of Americans who made a choice when they were young men and young women to do something most Americans will not, to serve something greater than yourself, to fight for God and country, for freedom and the Constitution. You made a choice to serve when others did not, and I commend you. You are truly the best of America.
He commends them, but apparently they can get the fuck out if they don't like what Trump and his cronies have to say. If you don't like what Trump had to say, you could leave the room. That's what Trump said when Trump addressed them. Like, Ford, you can't be serious, man. You have to be a troll because nobody could think that Hegseth was a warrior.
Fantastic job. I've never walked into a room so silent before. This is very... Oh, don't laugh. Don't laugh. You're not allowed to do that. You know what? Just have a good time. And if you want to applaud, you applaud. And if you want to do anything you want, you can do anything you want. And if you don't like what I'm saying, you can leave the room. Of course, there goes your rank. There goes your future. But you just feel nice and loose, okay? Because we're all on the same team. And I was told that, sir, you won't hear a murmur in the room. I said, we got to loosen these guys up a little bit. So you just have a good time. But I want to thank fantastic job.
So fucking weird. And then here's Trump talking about how big of a pushover Democrats have been with his fascist takeover of this country, which we all fucking agree.
I thought would be met with fury on the left, but they're sort of giving up, I must be honest with you. They've had it. They've had it with Trump. They've been after me for so many years now. Here we are. Here we are. Come to the White House anytime you'd like. No, they've given up. They're bad, a lot of bad people. But all over, that's been so popular. It's been very popular. I really thought that we were going to have to sort of fight it through. There's been no fight. There's been no fight. I thought it would be met with fury on the left, but they're sort of giving up, I must be honest with you. They've had it.
I mean, he ain't wrong.
They've been after me for so many years now. Here we are. Here we are. Come to the White House anytime you'd like. No, they've given up. They're bad, a lot of bad people. But all over, that's been so popular. It's been very popular. I really thought that we were going to have to sort of fight it through. There's been no fight. There's been no fight.
The left is the only people putting up a fight. And, like, we're not strong enough. There's not enough of us. We are losing the fight big time. Mohsen Madawi faces conservative judge as Trump administration tries to lock him back up. The Republican-appointed judges could influence future rulings on defendants' rights amid Trump's free speech crackdown. The Trump administration will argue before a panel of 3 conservative federal judges Tuesday to put Columbia University graduate student Mohsen Madawi back behind bars. One judge has already expressed support for the government's right to imprison Madawi, a Palestinian student protest leader. They're arguing that I should be put in prison just for speaking up against the genocide of my people, Madawi told The Intercept. Immigration and Customs Enforcement agents took Madawi away in handcuffs in April after he arrived at what he thought was his naturalization interview to become a U.S. citizen. So absolutely doing things the right way. As The Intercept first reported, since a federal judge ordered Madawi release on bail in May, the Trump administration has been working to re-imprison him and remove him from the country. Speaking to The Intercept, Madawi connected his case to President Donald Trump's larger project to crush his political opponents. Trump has deployed the National Guard to cities he perceives as strongholds for his rivals, Madawi noted, while facilitating Israel's ongoing genocide in Gaza and backing plans to take over Gaza and parts of the West Bank. There is a very clear connection that I see between what is happening in America and what is happening in Israel. Both of them don't want democracy, Madawi said. They want strength and domination and control. On Tuesday, attorneys for the U.S. government will argue in federal appeals court to overturn Madawi's release on the grounds that the federal court that freed him was operating outside of its jurisdiction. All 3 judges on the panel were appointed by Republican presidents, 2 by Trump. William J. Nardini and Stephen J. Menashe are and a George W. Bush appointee, Deborah Ann Livingston. Menashe has already argued that it was not within the court's jurisdiction to question the government's detention of Madawi. And Rumeysa Ozturk, another student ICE abducted earlier this year. The case carries significant weight not only for Madawi's future, but also for broader free speech protections under the Trump administration's attacks. It will center on whether a district court judge had jurisdiction to hear the case challenging Madawi's detention, a detail that, while technical, could restrict judges' abilities to review unlawful detention in cases like Madawi's if the panel rules in the government's favor. The government has made the same argument of every one of the cases. This jurisdiction argument, said Luna Druby, an attorney on Madawi's team, referring to the ongoing case involving other pro-Palestine students. Separately, Madawi's legal team is working on his pending immigration case, contending with another government system that Trump has been using to crack down on his critics. No hearing date has been set. Man, you must be a miserable fucking person, dude. We feel sorry for you. By the way, Axios, I brought it up last night. Axios had to go back and correct their article that the White House cited. The left-wing terrorism climbs to 30-year high headline that Fetterman shared. They had to correct it to left-wing terrorism outpaces far-right attacks for the first time in 30 years. Because that's the truth. The graph shows right-wing terrorism far outpaces left-wing terrorism. I got a gazillion graphs over here that shows the right are the violent ones. And I mean, there's no denying it. Earlier today, in an immigration court, ICE agents shoved photographers. This is what we're talking about here in this fascist country, USA. We got photographers doing their First Amendment duty. ICE agents being violent thugs like they always are.
Get out the fucking elevator!
Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god!
Hold on. Who is that? Back up.
They don't believe that fascism is right wing.
Everybody. Back up. Leave your hands.
Nice and slow, but okay. Just taking blood pressure.
You want to go with the... Yeah, I got it. Yeah, if you want to help me you go right now. All right. You guys good?
The left can't possibly be fascist. It's antithetical to the definition. The very definition of fascism proves you wrong. And I had this whole argument with a dipshit in my comments. Fascism is a far-right, authoritarian, and ultra-nationalist political ideology. Fascism is characterized by a dictatorial leader, Trump, centralized autocracy, that's what he's doing, cutting government agencies that may hold him accountable, centralizing his autocracy. His militarism, had a meeting today with generals about loyalty, forcible suppression of the opposition. We've done numerous stories about that. Belief in natural social hierarchy. That's totally MAGA. They believe that man is on top, it's white man, and then women are subservient. Subordination of individual interests for the perceived interest of the nation or race. It's MAGA. That's absolutely the MAGA movement. And strong regimentation of society and the economy. They are opposed to communism. The left believes in communism. Democracy. The left believes in democracy. Liberalism. The left believes in liberalism. Pluralism. The left believes in pluralism. And socialism. Left believes in socialism. Fascism is the far right of the traditional left-right spectrum. So just the fact that you will come on here and attack socialists and communists is giving away that you are part of a fascist movement. Brother, the majority of Jewish people vote for Democrats. You're calling us anti-Semitic? How are we anti-Semitic? I probably have Jewish people in my chat. There you go. You're calling us anti-Semitic. You're the highest ranking politicians in this country. Like, the highest ranking Democrat is Chuck Schumer. He's Jewish. The most popular politician in this country is Bernie Sanders. He's Jewish. Like, brother, you're losing on every count. You look so stupid. You probably shouldn't come in here and run your mouth about shit you know nothing about. Why do Republicans seem to want to defend pedophiles? Can someone explain that one to me? Here's Ted Cruz earlier.
How about we all come together and say, let's stop attacking pedophiles? How about we all come together and say, let's stop attacking pedophiles? How about we all come together and say, let's stop attacking pedophiles? How about we all come together and say, let's stop attacking pedophiles?
I disagree. As a matter of fact, I strongly disagree. I would like to see us release the Epstein files. The Republicans today, however, adjourned instead of swearing in the newest member of Congress, which would be the 218th vote, joining with several Republicans in order to release the Epstein files. What are Republicans hiding? Swear her in.
Chair will lead the House in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Pursuant to Clause 13 of Rule 1, the House stands adjourned until 3:30 p.m. on Friday, October 3rd at 2025.
They are protesting the adjournment because the moment they come back into session, they swear in the newest member of Congress from Arizona. 218 votes have been secured for the discharge petition for the Epstein files. Why are the Republicans protecting pedophiles? Why are the Republicans protecting pedophiles? Somebody tell me. Fort, you got an answer? You saw it right here. Republicans protecting pedophiles.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Pursuant to Clause 13 of Rule 1, the House stands adjourned until 3:30 p.m. on Friday, October 3rd at 2025.
So apparently they are still, I was reading the latest update. They are adjourned. They're not coming back tonight. But Thune thinks he has funding at least through Friday. Did everybody see this next clip is going to concern the AI video that Trump shared out last night? This is insane.
There's no way to sugarcoat it. Nobody likes Democrats anymore. We have no voters left because of all of our woke trans bullshit. Not even black people want to vote for us anymore. Even Latinos hate us. So we need new voters. And if we give all these illegal aliens free health care, we might be able to get them on our side so they can vote for us. They can't even speak English, so they won't realize we're just a bunch of woke pieces of shit, you know, at least for a while until they learn English and they realize they hate us too. Look, guys, there's no way to sugarcoat it. Nobody likes Democrats anymore.
This is just insane. These people are fucking nuts. Mike Johnson asked about that video.
It's much
great. That's not that's a military. Oh, please, you should watch it.
Okay, I'm going to check it out.
I remember. How about the tweet last night with Hakeem?
It's hard to make out what they're saying. This is Democratic Representative Madeline Dean confronting Speaker Johnson off of the House floor over the CR healthcare recessing the chamber. Johnson says of the AI video, it's not my style. Dean says, not your style. It's disgraceful. It's racist, and you should call it out.
That's not that's a military. Oh, please, you should watch it.
Okay, I'm going to check it out.
I remember. How about the tweet last night with Hakeem and Schumer? Did you call that out to the president? Not your style. It's disgraceful. It's bigoted. It's racist. You should call it out. Is it racist? You put a sombrero on a black man who's the leader of the House? You don't see that as racist? We need you desperately to leave.
I'm working. And personally, it's not personal. I love you and I respect you. Okay, we're
That's why I'm
disagreeing.
talking to you. That's why I'm talking to you. You have the opportunity to.
Hey, Fort, I don't believe you're some wheeling dealing day trader. Won't you prove me wrong? Throw $2,000. Throw me a tip of $2,000 because you got that's chump change to you, right? Make a donation to the show. Tip me $2,000. I'll show you my dick if you want. Prove to me you're some wheeling dealing. Yeah, pay for the MS-13 tattoo. I'm an Amy Grant fan. Now come on, Holiday. What the hell? They paved paradise, put up a parking lot, do wop wop. I have no idea what you're trying to say, man. You sound insane. I don't believe you. I don't think you've got any money. You don't finance me through my for your taxes. What the hell are you talking about? It's chump change to you, my friend. Go on, send me a $2,000 tip. Well, Lord, did I tell you good evening? Come on, Fort. Put your money where your mouth is. A suspicious package was apparently found at the TB USA event in, I think it's in Utah. Terry, welcome in. The Charlie Kirk video, I am suspended for another week and a half. I've got a 30-day suspension. But if Fort doesn't give me $2,000, I might not be on. This might be the last night you see the Troll Patrol. I don't know. I don't know what this week is going to hold for me. But Fort, you like coming in here? You wanna see me on, don't you? Throw me $2,000 to make sure that this show stays on the air. If you throw me $2,000, I will be on tomorrow. The rest of the week, everything will be peachy keen. Tip me $2,000. I'll forever be in your debt. I'll do whatever you want me to do. I'll record for you. Why would you donate it to TP USA? They've got plenty of money. Jesus said give all your money to the poor. Show that you're a real person. You'll reach out to the other side of the aisle. That you actually care. Yeah, fund this pot smoker. You can hit all my links. I missed out on September on Twitch, so I missed out on a huge chunk of money that I would have got. I had my best day ever on Twitch. The day I got banned for Charlie Kirk's shooting. Also had my best day on YouTube. Yes, I will absolutely be bought. you can hit me up. I've got the links going pretty regularly because I don't think all the commands are supposed to be there, but they're not. So I don't know what that is. But this is all my links. Man, people do care. People like this show. People want to see it keep going. I don't want to have to ask for money. Times are fucking tough, man. Everybody out here having a fucking hard time. Man. So I don't want to have to ask for money, but I'm in desperate fucking need. So hey, if you want to help me out, if you enjoy the show, you want to make sure the show keeps going, buy a t-shirt. I have some awesome t-shirts. Like, you don't have to just give me straight up money. I will give you something for it. I will earn my money. I have t-shirts. If you want to visit the fourth wall, I have Patreon, where you can even get access to extra content. You can become a member on YouTube. Give me those subs. Hey man, like, here's the thing about a leftist. I do have a job. That's the problem. AI may have took my job. AI may have took my job. Suspicious package. USU evacuates building ahead of Turning Point USA stop. Old Main at Utah State University was temporarily evacuated on Tuesday due to a suspicious package on the premises ahead of a planned Turning Point USA event. Man, here's the thing. You go to all those right-wing channels, man. If you watch Ben Shapiro, Steven Crowder, they ask for money constantly. Join the Mug Club or blah, blah, blah. Become a member to the Daily Wire. I don't ever do that. I have because people come in here and they'll ask me if they can tip me and shit. And they'll be like, oh, do you have a Venmo? One time I got asked if I had a Venmo. Somebody was going to send me money. I've never seen that person again. They might have just gave me a couple $100, because that's happened. Somebody just popped in here and gave me a couple $100 out of nowhere several times. I would love it if you wore my Chris Dorner shirt. How am I worthless for it? I don't think AI took my job. I think it's because I work in media. I make videos for people. The first thing they cut back on when it's hard times, when it's a recession, is fucking media and marketing. Another wonderful day in trouble. What's wonderful about it? I really don't get it. Is the TP USA event going on right now? What's it like? Are they live? They don't look to be live. Last stream was 6 days ago. We'll go to Charlie's channel. He's not live either. I guess maybe they're not broadcasting their little TP USA event today. Trump making an announcement today. Trump RX. Don't worry about your health care, ladies and gentlemen. Trump RX. Trump announces Trump RX website for pharmaceutical drug after Pfizer deal. While President Trump announced on Tuesday that Pfizer, one of the leading pharmaceutical companies, had agreed to lower its prices for prescription drugs offered through Medicaid. He also revealed his administration's goal of launching a Trump RX website. He wants his own version of Obamacare, doesn't he? This is a critical step forward in our work to improve health care, and hardworking low-income Americans, especially low-income Americans, will be helped so greatly. What a weird way to say that. A senior Trump administration official told ABC News after the announcement that the White House hopes to make the Trump RX website available in early 2026. It would be a convening site where Americans can go and know they are getting the best price. The place where they can go direct to consumer and access the lowest prices available. Current direct-to-consumer pharmaceutical websites have a price below the full cash price, but are often higher than the out-of-pocket cost for people with insurance. For insurance, the cash price for the popular weight loss drug Wegovy is over $1,000 a month. The direct-to-consumer price is $4.99. For people with insurance that covers the GLP-1 medication, they pay $25 or less a month. The announcement of Trump RX comes as Pharma, the group that represents many U.S. pharmaceutical companies, announced that a similar website on Monday for direct-to-consumer sales is set to go live in January of 2026. Earlier on Tuesday, Chris Kwok, the director of Medicare at the Center for Medicare and Medicaid, said that Pfizer had agreed not to charge the U.S. more than other countries for any drug through Medicare, Medicaid, or cash payments, and that other manufacturers will follow suit. Jeffrey, welcome in, my friend. Can I call you Jeff? Are we friends like that? How am I an idiot? I would love to know. 917-830-4359. That is the number, or you can hop into the Discord. I will put both here in the chat, my friend. I have no idea what you're trying to say for it. Obami Sotoro. What in the fuck? Do you realize you sound crazy to regular people, right? I know what you're talking about because I'm deep in political internet bullshit. It's fascist newspeak. It's exactly right. I blocked calls. There are hundreds of calls. There are hundreds of calls on my YouTube channel, but yet he thinks I block calls. He's just a scared little pussy that won't call in. But Jeff, my friend, I would love to talk to you. I would love to know why you think I'm an idiot. Well, Lord, did I tell you good evening? What truth are you talking about? And I'm not saying to the left. I know what you're talking about because I'm terminally online. You sound like a crazy fucking person to a normie. And that's right-wingers don't fucking get that. Warlord, you're up late tonight. Warlord is our friend from across the pond. Cheerio to good old Warlord. I want to kill babies. Obsess over each other's rectums and ingest mind-altering drugs. Well, drugs are cool. Drugs are cool. Drugs are awesome. Like, you keep bringing up asses. You must definitely be an ass man. The only obsession I have with asses is I want people to wash them.
Life is too short to walk this earth for a crusty asshole. Wash your ass.
I have no idea what you mean by killing babies. I'm an ass man too. I like to eat asses. I like tits. I like all of it. I like a dick too. I just like genitals. Let me see your genitals. Your genitals. Show me your genitals. Your genitalia. Oh, God damn it. This is a hilarious picture from earlier today. I think it's earlier today. Has Netanyahu already left? It was posted earlier today, but has Netanyahu already left? Was this the day before yesterday? The White House has released a photo of Trump holding the phone in his lap as Netanyahu read an apology letter to Qatar. How fucking funny is that? He's sulking. Oh, he's a completely serious person. I can't believe that there was an apology letter written to Qatar. Said it wrong earlier, I believe. Trump prompts Netanyahu to apologize to Qatar for bombing its capital. The Israeli Prime Minister expressed regret about the strikes and specifically that in targeting Hamas leadership during hostage negotiations, Israel violated Qatari sovereignty. Netanyahu expressed regret about the strikes and specifically that in targeting Hamas. I just said that. Netanyahu, the White House, continued affirmed that Israel will not conduct such an attack again in the future. Netanyahu and Qatari Prince Minister Mohammed bin Abdulrahman Al Thani also agreed to a trilateral mechanism with the U.S. to help improve communications and their broader relationship, the White House said. The call occurred during a meeting in which Trump was working to get Netanyahu's support for his administration's 20-point post-war peace plan for Gaza, but smoothing relations between Israel and Qatar, a key interlocutor with Hamas, could be an initial step towards restarting negotiations toward an eventual end to the nearly 2-year war. Have you guys read the 20-point plan? I have it here somewhere. It's batshit crazy. 20-point plan for Gaza. I read it last night laying in bed and it was like, oh my God. Fort Awesome, have you sent me some money yet? You gonna donate? All my links pinned in both the YouTube and the Kick. Trump's 20-point Gaza peace plan in full. This is the full text of the proposal as it was provided by the White House. So this is not BBC like restating anything. This is the proposal in full. Gaza will be de-radicalized, terror-free zone that does not pose a threat to its neighbors. I think that's something Israel needs to do. Gaza will be redeveloped for the benefit of the people of Gaza who have suffered more than enough. If both sides agree to this proposal, the war will immediately end. Israeli forces will withdraw to the agreed upon line to prepare. I have that map somewhere if you want to see it. They will, which BBC might have it further on in the article. They will withdraw to the agreed upon line for a hostage release. During this time, all military operations, including aerial and artillery bombardment. Mr. Elwood, good evening. I don't wanna. If you could donate to the cause, not you specifically, Mr. Elwood. I know times are tough. It's hard to ask people for money, but I'm in a desperate situation. This might be the last Troll Patrol for a little while. I'll be back. It'll take me 2 or 3 weeks, as it always does. Possibly in a new apartment. Fort Awesome, give me 2K. Put 2K in my account. All my links right there. If both sides agree to this proposal, The war will immediately end. Israeli forces will withdraw to the agreed-upon line to prepare for a hostage release. During this time, all military operations, including aerial and artillery bombardment, will be suspended, and battle lines will remain frozen until conditions are met for the complete staged withdrawal. Within 72 hours of Israel publicly accepting this agreement, all hostages, alive and deceased, will be returned. Once all hostages are released, Israel will release 250 life sentence prisoners plus 1,700 Gazans who were detained after October 7th, including all women and children detained in that context. So they have 1,700 Gazans they have taken hostage. And they admit women and children are among them. For every Israeli hostage whose remains are released, Israel will release the remains of 15 deceased Gazans. So they know that the death toll is at least 15-1. Once all hostages are returned, Hamas members who commit to peaceful coexistence and to decommission their weapons will be given amnesty. Members of Hamas who wish to leave Gaza will be provided safe passage to receiving countries. Upon acceptance of this agreement, full aid will be immediately sent into the Gaza Strip. At a minimum, aid quantities will be consistent with what was included in the 19th of January 2025 agreement regarding humanitarian aid, including rehabilitation of infrastructure, water, electricity, and sewage, rehabilitation of hospitals and bakeries, and entry of necessary equipment to remove rubble and open roads. Point 8 of this 20-point plan, entry of distribution and aid in the Gaza Strip, will proceed without interference from the two parties through the United Nations and its agencies and the Red Crescent, in addition to other international institutions not associated in any manner with either party. Opening the Rafah crossing in both directions will be subject to the same mechanism implemented under the 19th of January agreement. Gaza will be governed under the temporary transitional governance of a technocratic, apolitical Palestinian committee responsible for delivering the day-to-day running of public services and municipalities for the people of Gaza. This committee will be made up of qualified Palestinians and international experts with oversight and supervision by a new international transitional body and the Board of Peace, which will be headed and chaired by Donald J. Trump. That made me laugh out loud last night. With other members and heads of state to be announced, including former Prime Minister Tony Blair. That's a blast from the past. This body will set the framework and handle the funding for the redevelopment of Gaza until such time as the Palestinian Authority has completed its reform program as outlined in various proposals, including President Trump's peace plan in 2020 and the Saudi-French proposal, and can securely and effectively take back control of Gaza. This body will call on best international standards to create modern and efficient governance that serves the people of Gaza and is conducive to attracting investment. Number 10, a Trump economic development plan to rebuild and energize Gaza will be created by convening a panel of experts who have helped birth some of the thriving modern miracle cities in the Middle East. So Jared Kushner, many thoughtful investment proposals and Warlord, can you explain the Tony Blair aspect of this to me? How did he get involved in this? A Trump economic development plan to rebuild and energize Gaza will be created by convening a panel of experts who have helped birth some of the thriving modern miracle cities in the Middle East, like the Riyadh, where they're holding the comedy festival right now. Many thoughtful investment proposals and exciting development ideas have been crafted by well-meaning international groups. Will be considered to synthesize the security and governance frameworks to attract and facilitate these investments that will create jobs, opportunity, and hope for future Gaza. 11, a special economic zone will be established with preferred tariff and access rates to be negotiated with participating countries. 12, no one will be forced to leave Gaza. Those who wish to leave will be free to do so and free to return. We will encourage people to stay and offer them the opportunity to build a better Gaza. Number 13, Hamas.
Be condemned.
And other factions agree to not have any role in the... What are these other factions? They agree to not have any role in the governance of Gaza, directly, indirectly, or in any form. All military, terror, and offensive infrastructure, including tunnels and weapon production facilities, will be destroyed and not rebuilt. There will be a process of demilitarization of Gaza under the supervision of independent monitors, which will include placing weapons permanently beyond use through an agreed process of decommissioning and supported by an internationally funded buyback and reintegration program, all verified by the independent monitors. New Gaza will be fully committed to building a prosperous economy and to peaceful coexistence with their neighbors. Number 14, a guarantee will be provided by regional partners to ensure that Hamas and the factions comply with their obligations and that New Gaza poses no threat to its neighbors or its people. The United States will work with Arab and international partners to develop a temporary international stabilization force, ISF, to immediately deploy to Gaza. The ISF will train and provide support to vetted Palestinian police forces in Gaza and will consult with Jordan and Egypt, who have extensive experience in this field. This force will be the long-term internal security solution. The ISF will work with Israel and Egypt to help secure border areas, along with newly trained Palestinian police forces. It is critical to prevent munitions from entering Gaza and to facilitate the rapid and secure flow of goods to rebuild and revitalize Gaza. A deconfliction mechanism will be agreed upon by the parties. 16. Israel will not occupy or annex Gaza. As the ISF establishes control and stability, the Israel Defense Forces will withdraw based on standards, milestones, and time frames linked to demilitarization that will be agreed upon between the IDF, the ISF, the guarantors, and the United States, with the objective of a secure Gaza that no longer poses a threat to Israel, Egypt, or its citizens. Practically, the IDF will progressively hand over the Gaza territory it occupies to the ISF according to an agreement they will make with the transitional authority until they are withdrawn completely from Gaza, save for a security perimeter presence that will remain until Gaza is properly secure from any resurgent terror threat. Number 17, in the event Hamas delays or rejects this proposal, the above, including the scaled-up operation, will proceed in the terror-free areas handed over from the IDF to the ISF. Number 18, an interfaith dialogue process will be established based on the values of tolerance and peaceful coexistence to try and change mindsets and narratives of Palestinians and Israelis by emphasizing the benefits that can be derived from peace. Number 19, while Gaza redevelopment advances and when the PA reform program is faithfully carried out, the conditions may finally be in place for a credible pathway to Palestinian self-determination and statehood, which we recognize as the aspiration of the Palestinian people. Number 20, the final point, the United States will establish a dialogue between Israel and the Palestinians to agree on a political horizon for peaceful and prosperous coexistence. Remember when I read the definition of fascism to you earlier? Like, why are you wigging out in my chat? It's the wildest thing. I'm telling you what, if you don't donate $2,000 to my cause, I'm gonna go ban you. Cause I think that'd really piss you off. You got to the end of the commercial break. Go ahead, light one up, tip one back. It's alright to have a little fun before you hit the sack. I'm Justin Freakin.
All we're establishing is this guy's wicked, sick aesthetic.
Not high enough for this shit.
I guess I gotta thank Matt Walsh for introducing me to Justin Freakin.
Hey there, y'all. We're about to get stupid, locked into what that news beat doing. Fu Manchu and a slick bandana, colder than ice, smoother than Santana. Audio, video, chat and calls. Right-wing nut jobs haunt the halls. What you wanna watch? Hey, what you think? And there's only one choice. It's Justin Freakin.
The guy's, he's a formidable voice in the culture.
Light one up and tip one back. It's a right to be high. Let's grab a snack. It's fucking news, quit panic, attack, and play your cards right and get a titty slap. Jump in Discords, have some fun. The man will talk to everyone. Get high and try to debate. When shit pops off, chat thinks it's great. What do you think you're doing? Join the troll patrol. Wherever discourse is brewing, he gives it that southern drawl.
So let's go ahead and bring in Justin. Hey Justin, how's it going, brother?
First of all, I want to say you're poser South. I'm in Alabama. I'm the real South.
Okay, all right. So why don't you tell us what it takes to be a man?
Well, I don't know. I'm in Alabama and I'll fuck a man in a dress. Why won't you fuck a man in a dress? Are you that insecure that you won't fuck a man in a dress?
That's fantastic. So you're okay with that, right?
Yeah. Why wouldn't I?
Good.
Right-wingers are morons.
Light one hit and click one back. One more click before we hit the set an alert when that shit goes live. Social fucking support and hit subscribe. Light one up and take a hit. He does no harm, but it takes no shit. He's the last one standing when the ship is sinking. Let's take another rip for Justin Freakin.
Light one up, tip one back. I'm Justin Freakin. Not high enough for this shit. I don't know what you mean by hide behind YouTube censorship. Like, I've let you just completely go off in my chat for like days now. I'm telling you, you got to pay the troll toll. You want to continue to be here and exist in this space, then you got to pay the troll toll. Think of it as an investment into the chat. I don't forget anybody to help me out. If you were to give to the Troll Patrol cause, go donate that go donate that $2,000. I'll let you stay. I'll let you come on. I'll record videos for you. Are you gonna do it? Are you gonna do it? Where are you at? There he is. He ain't got no way. He says he's some big day trader or some shit. To protect my account. Oh, now we're in like a Mobius strip of the stream. I love it. I don't believe he's a day trader. That's what I'm saying. Put your money where your mouth is. $2,000's nothing to you. You were telling me about how you make thousands. $2,000 to me, bitch, or you're gonna get blocked. I'm extorting you. That's what this is called. I'm admitting to extortion on stream because rules don't matter anymore. It's so simple for you to verify. Hit all my links. Hit me in the PayPal, the Cash App, the Venmo, whatever you want to do. I'm seriously digging the multiple screens over here. We just keep going further and further down the rabbit hole. We're in inception of YouTube streams. This is a paid membership chat. You got to pay the troll toll to get into this boy's hole. You got to pay the troll toll to get in. I matter for humanity. If you believe in free speech, 2 G's is nothing to a guy like you. So I can keep doing the show, my friend. Fucking people just give me weed. I didn't pay for this. People give me weed because they like me. See, I have friends. It's so weird. It's what I do best. I've let you in my chat for 2 or 3 days now. I don't ever ban people. It's wild that you have that in your head. I'll give them a chance. Oh, I don't know what you're talking about. You're calling me a parasite. I'm trying to earn my money. I come on here and dance like a monkey. I dance for people every night. I don't want to be on here right now. I feel like shit. I don't want to be on this stream, but I need to dance like a monkey, see if I can make a little money. Because this is the society that we live in. I've got 3. I've got 3 illegals living with me. Here's one of them. Here's one of my illegals I'm harboring. Talk to him, buddy. He's really upset I grabbed. I should amuse you. I'm fucking funny. That's why you want to see me on YouTube. Fucking. There's all kinds of these chuckle fucks on here. Do you know how Charlie Kirk was able to do this shit for a living? He had a sugar daddy. He had a billionaire that was funding him. I'm not even asking for billions. Like, we don't have that on the left, man. I have a t-shirt that makes fun of it. Soros paid me to say it because, like, it's absurd. So that's why, like, I need a sugar daddy. What kind of message do you want me? I will put myself up for sale. Frank Bird, what's going on, my friend? Why would you be worried? I don't understand. What would you be worried about? Why would Antifa be a worry of yours if you aren't a fascist? Are you saying you're a fascist, my friend? I don't get it. And this is specifically me. Like, people in my chat have been calling me, or in the comment section of the YouTube videos, have been calling me a terrorist and shit. And I'm like, I've never committed an act of terrorism. What you're basically saying is that my speech is terrorizing you, and that makes you a fucking fascist. Brother, everybody's a whore in capitalism. You just gotta set your price. You think coal miners don't whore themselves out? You think factory workers don't whore themselves out? Brother, I fucking showed you the definition of fascism earlier. You don't know what it means. I showed it to you earlier. And if the administration isn't fascist, then I don't have anything to worry about. But if it is fascist, then it's important that I, a privileged white man, stand up. I don't have any kids. I don't have any responsibilities. If I get picked up by the federal government and can gum up their system so that some marginalized person doesn't have the weight of the federal government on them, then so be it. I'd love that because, one, that'd be great promotion for my show, my YouTube channel. I'd get like free publicity, free press on all these TV stations and shit. And 2, it helps gum up the system. So maybe they're not fucking like, I could take a fucking punch in the face. So maybe they're not picking on some poor kid or a woman like fucking right-wingers do. Brother, I'm from a coal mining family. My grandfather told me he worked in the mines so I wouldn't have to. Okay, so where should I look up the definition of fascism? Come on, Fort. Where do I need to go to get an accurate definition of what fascism is? Go. Tell me. Do 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 do. The Oxford Dictionary is totally woke. Do 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 do. Man, he had a lot to say until I put him on the spot there. Let's go to the Oxford Dictionary. It's a good thought experiment here. The Oxford English Dictionary. Fascism. Meaning. Wait, I gotta have a fucking subscription for the Oxford goddamn dictionary? Fucking. I asked you for a source. I asked you for a source. You are subscription option. Merriam-Webster isn't like that. I asked you for a source. A populist political philosophy, movement, or regime that exalts nation, often race, above the individual, is associated with a centralized autocratic government headed by a dictatorial leader, is characterized by severe economic and social regimentation and forcible suppression of oppression. The only thing they left off was the right wing. A tendency towards or actual exercise of strong autocratic or dictatorial control. Like the city's ban on the use of trans fats. The word fascism and fascist has long been associated with the fascisti of Benito Mussolini and the fascists. The bundle of rods with an axe among them, which the fascista used as a symbol of the Italian people, united and obedient to the single authority of the state. However, Mussolini did not introduce the word fascista with the 1919 organization of the Fasci di Combattimento, the combat groups, nor did the fascists have any direct connection with the origin of the fascista. In Italian, the word means literally bundle and figuratively group. Anyway. Did you ever give me a source? Brother, that's not how anyone argues. If you're having a argument over the definition of a word, then you have to cite a source. Like, you're so goddamn stupid. Like, do you know you're stupid? I'm like, do you know you're stupid and you're trolling me? Like, for the love of God, I hope you're a troll. Because if you are, you're brilliant. Good on you. But my God, dude, you're really fucking dumb. God, I hope this has video. Please have video. Senator Chris Van Hollen was at an event with Jeffries. Apparently we don't have video. Damn. At an event in D.C., Chris Van Hollen keeps it going with Hakeem Jeffries over not endorsing Zohran Mamdani. If you can't back the kind of campaign he ran, don't ask those young people to show up for other Democrats across the country. That's the message that will be sent. He's never going to call in. That's what's unfortunate. He's like, debate me. I dare you. I'll debate you. 917-830-4359. Or you can call in the Discord. Or you hop in the Discord. Whatever, however the phrasing. I tested out the phone line last night to make sure it worked. I assure you, my phone line is waiting for you. 917-830-4359. Phone lines are open. The most famous fascist, that's Benito Mussolini. You can't even define fascism, sir. And do you know what happens to fascists? They hang. I didn't prepare anything tonight. I'm sorry. I'm winging it. We're going to stay on until the shutdown, I guess, though. Even though nothing's really happening. I meant to check back in on that. Yeah, there is not going to be any more votes tonight. So the government will shut down. This is an interesting tidbit that I'm surprised has not been made. More hasn't been made of. Trump displays Trump 2020 hate hats during the leaders' meeting. The president had some extra decor during the Oval Office meeting with congressional leaders on Monday. Red Trump 2028 hats. Of course, the president cannot constitutionally run for a third term, but that has not stopped his allies nor Trump himself from flirting with the option. He posted photos from the Oval Office meeting with his hats prominently displayed on the Resolute desk. Trump has a tendency to occasionally post digitally altered content on social media, but two people with knowledge of the meeting confirmed that the president did have those hats out as he sat down with Republican Mike Johnson, John Thune, Democrats Chuck Schumer, and Hakeem Jeffries. The people were granted anonymity to discuss the private meeting. A Trump-appointed U.S. attorney in Nevada is disqualified for overseeing multiple criminal cases, according to a court ruling. The Conservative Appeals Court on Tuesday night vacated a ruling by a 3-judge panel in which a majority found the Trump administration was misusing the 18th Century Wartime Act. Oh, God. One judge on the circuit, Southwick, wrote that the decision will delay an inevitable final result to the unprecedented case by the U.S. Supreme Court. The nation's highest court can only hear the case after the Fifth Circuit is done with it. But another judge, James C. Ho, apparently writing for the majority, noted that the Trump administration asked the entire circuit to weigh in first. Fort, I believe I showed this to you the other night. In the summer of 2020, a far-right group coordinated the attack on the Minneapolis police precinct. When you guys say burnt down cities, this is what you mean. Feds say far-right group attacked Minneapolis police precinct during protest. It was the Boogaloo Boys, not the far left. They were also responsible for the attack on the Nashville courthouse. Just throwing that at, man, like, know what you're talking about. Like, you come in here throwing these wild accusations at us, but you're just a dipshit. Charlie Kirk's killer was in court yesterday. It was a short hearing. You might even, let's check back in with Candace Owens.
Please be seated. Good morning. Court is now in session. Calling the case 251403576, State of Utah versus Tyler James Robinson. Counsel, could you enter your appearances, please?
Chad Grunander, Jeff Gray, Lauren Hunt, Ryan McBride, and Chris Ballard for the state, Your Honor.
Good morning, counsels.
Good morning, Your Honor. Kathy Nestor, Michael Burt, and Richard Novak on behalf of Mr. Robinson.
Morning, Your Honor. Good morning to you all.
Morning.
And to the jail.
I was about to say, is he not there? But he might be zoomed in.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Robinson, good morning to you as well. Counsel, as we begin, I have entered orders allowing the admittance of Mr. Michael Burt, Mr. Richard Novak, pro hoc vice, and appointing them along with Ms. Catherine Nestor to be Mr. Robinson's counsel. The court enters findings that the combined experience of counsel meets and exceeds the requirements of Rule 8. Counsel, do we have, what would we like to accomplish today?
I have two items, Judge. I just wanted to make a record that under Rule 16 of the Utah Rules of Criminal Procedure with respect to discovery, the state is required to provide to the defense within 5 days of the defense's request the discovery that we relied on in making this charging decision. We'll be prepared to do that, so we'll look for defense counsel's request over the next day or so, and we'll provide that to the defense.
Thank you.
We also, for the court's information, we met this morning with the defense team briefly in our office to talk about discovery and the process, so we'll be working together. There is a substantial amount of discovery in this case, Your Honor. It's voluminous, to say the least, and we're working on a process where we can exchange information as quickly as possible and be efficient in that process. The other item I had, Your Honor, I saw that over the weekend there was a protection order, pretrial, and trial publicity order entered by Your Honor. And I just was seeking some clarification. On page 2, at the end of the first paragraph, it reads, "To that end, lawyers participating in the investigation or litigation of this case shall inform all witnesses, investigators, consultants, staff members, or other members of the prosecution or defense teams that the prohibitions contained in this order." The state, we're seeking some clarification with respect to the phrase "all witnesses," Your Honor. There are a number of witnesses that have yet to be identified that will likely be used in the state's case. This occurred in front of 2,000 to 3,000 students at Utah Valley University. So we're in the process of identifying those witnesses. And so those individuals are presently unknown right now. So we're looking for a little clarification from the court. And I suppose we're not going to make any arguments today, but there may be some follow-up pleadings that we may need to file.
Thank you. Ms. Nestor, did you want to be heard about that issue?
No, Your Honor, we would defer to whatever the court wants to advise them on that matter. I mean, I think it's fairly obvious that we don't know who all the witnesses are in this case yet. I think it's just important that if anyone is identified, that they have information about this order. So I think other than that, we wouldn't weigh in on any other matter.
Thank you. Well, thank you for that question. That's an important one. The court will rule that as the witnesses become known to each side, that information is conveyed to abide by this order. Obviously, there are potentially many witnesses, and so it's not the expectation that you would be able to do that up front, but as they become known, I would ask that you would inform them of this. Anything else, counsel?
Nothing from the state, nothing else, Judge.
Thank you. Ms. Nestor.
Thank you, Your Honor. We recognize that we are here today for a waiver hearing. It is not our intent to waive a preliminary hearing in this matter. We are going to be seeking that one be set. However, based largely on what the state just referred to as far as the voluminous nature of the discovery materials, we do think it would be prudent to simply reset for another conference, another waiver hearing, a little bit down the road, where we have a better idea once we start seeing the discovery as it rolls in. I do recognize we're going to be getting that first batch in 5 days, but it's my understanding from our meeting today that there is massive amounts of digital that is going to be coming, and until we can kind of get our heads around exactly what we're dealing with and how much we need to process, it's going to be difficult for us to give you a reasonable expectation of when we will be ready to do the prelims. So we are asking today that we put that decision off, and maybe we could check in 30 to 60 days and just kind of let the court know where we're at and how much we're looking at and how much time we may need to set a preliminary hearing. Also, as far as a detention hearing, we are not asking the court to address that issue at this time. Under the statute, the issue is going to come down to the question of whether there's substantial evidence, which right now we're just not in a position at all to be able to even argue to the court. So we are probably going to ask that the court delay that.
She looks like that one anti-Scientology woman that Dave used to pick on.
But if it's sooner, we will ask the court for a hearing. But at this time, we are not asking the court to make any decisions on that matter.
Thank you, counsel.
One of you knows who I'm talking about.
The next hearing.
Nora.
How about October 30th at 10 a.m.?
Halloween Eve.
That's
Beautiful.
fine for the defense, Your Honor.
All right. Now, as we're at the beginning, anything further from counsel from either side?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
No, Your Honor, thank you.
As we are at the beginning of this case, it is my intent to only speak when I'm needed or it is necessary. But today I do wish to provide guidance and expectations that you can have for this court and wish to enter an order as well. As this case moves forward, Mr. Robinson's constitutional rights will be protected at every stage. He sits before this court presumed innocent, and that presumption remains unless and until each element of every offense charged against him is proved beyond a reasonable doubt. At the same time, and as applicable, victims are entitled under our Constitution to be treated with fairness, respect, and dignity, free from harassment or abuse. Justice demands that both of these principles, the rights of the accused and the rights of victims, be honored without compromise. I remain steadfast in my oath that I made 56 days ago to support and defend the constitutions of the United States and of Utah. I will carry out my duties with fidelity, transparency, and impartiality, treating every person who appears before me with the dignity and respect they are inherently due because they are human beings. Let me be clear. I will not put my finger on the scale of justice. These proceedings will be open to the public, conducted in accordance with the law, and handled with diligence and competence to ensure that justice is never compromised. It is the standing order of this court that Mr. Robinson shall be allowed to appear in person so he can fully engage with his attorneys and participate in these legal proceedings.
Free Tyler Robinson.
Also, regardless of who is watching, whether it is the nation or a single individual, we must fulfill our roles with integrity, civility, and diligence.
You got no integrity.
I encourage each of you to give your very best to this case. Neither Mr. Robinson nor the people of Utah deserve anything less than the fair and impartial administration of justice. In regards to the next hearing, counsel, on that October 30th date at 10 a.m., it's the court's intent that be in person if it be the wish of counsel for the defense for Mr. Robinson to be present.
It is, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Counsel, anything else that we can address today?
Your Honor, we appreciate the court's comments with respect to Your Honor's role in this case.
There's a lot of nothing happening in that hearing. But we're going to hear some bullshit now.
Jeffrey Epstein didn't kill himself. Tyler Robinson didn't kill himself. I mean, these are the phrases that we now use and that we say when we expect that the federal government is telling us a lie. Last week, I have to tell you, I was contacted by a source who I vetted with information that answered a lot of the lingering questions that we've had about the investigation. Not all of them, but some of them, some of the big ones. First and foremost, we were like, how exactly did it work? How did Tyler Robinson turn himself in, as we were told, but also never confessed? And did he actually author those absurd Fed messages? Because I'm thinking no. Lastly, what was he doing?
Well, let me tell you, once he turned himself in, he was probably represented by counsel, and they're not going to confess until they've worked out a deal. So that's the reason. Her shtick works on people that don't know how anything works.
At Dairy Queen doesn't really quite fit into our timeline. Also, don't expect this kid who just tried out being a stone cold killer to really have an appetite. And why exactly did the feds withhold that information at Dairy Queen? And why?
We got some chicken strips and a blizzard, apparently.
Who comes in and out. Well, we have the story that
Dairy Queen
potentially answer all of those questions, and it certainly makes a lot more sense than the slop that the government is currently trying to feed us. First and foremost, Tyler Robinson has never confessed. They acknowledge that he has never confessed to this crime, and he still is pleading innocence on the shooting. In fact, I was told that he was, quote unquote, bewildered by the idea that he carved casings. I should be clear, he does not dispute the fact that it is his gun at all. It is his gun. But Tyler is not exactly a gun enthusiast. He doesn't hunt like his other brothers do. In fact, he's apparently a fisherman. The reason that he has that gun in the first place is because it is, in fact, a custom-made family heirloom. Tyler is the firstborn son, so he inherited. That's what firstborns do. They get the family heirloom. That is why he has the gun. As many of you guys have noted, the Robinson family appear to be conservative, hence the hunting and the fishing as the sports of their choosing. I am told that they are fans of Charlie Kirk and they are fans of Donald Trump, although this source noted that Tyler, like many other conservatives have expressed, wished that Trump would sometimes tone down his speech and his
So hear that. He is a conservative.
I am told that Tyler absolutely did not author those text messages. What text messages? He has no idea where these messages came from. Believes that they are therefore entirely fictionalized. It turns out, you're going to be shocked, that he doesn't actually use words like vehicle, which should come as no surprise to anyone that has a brain. By the way, I'm sure you caught this, but there's old footage of Tyler Robinson that is now circulating from a car accident that he had. And during the discussion with the officer that showed up, Tyler certainly refers to it as his car, not his vehicle, because that's how most Americans, how most English speakers refer to a car unless they're in the military or on the police force. So here is 2022 police body cam footage in case you missed that.
Oh, no, we did not miss it. We've already watched
crash report. Take a listen.
Your mom's on her way? Yeah, she's gonna be a minute. She's got to shuttle over from where she's at to her car and then drive over. Gotcha.
His mother was going to shuttle over from her car? Interesting. There's more, of course. Of most interest to me, what I've learned is that his father does not believe, his parents don't believe that their son committed this crime. I was like, huh? Excuse me?
Where's the evidence of this?
What the media has been telling us. Remember, the media presented this amazing story. The father realized his son was guilty, so it goes, right? And then he phoned over a friend to help him convince his son.
And what happens when this kid pleads guilty to it?
This mysterious guy was a friend and just had.
Candace going to correct herself?
And eventually they said, you got to do the right thing here. We know this is you. That was the vibe. Certainly, that's what the media was putting down for us to pick up. Well, I was told actually that it was kind of the opposite. That quote unquote family friend.
No, as I heard,
was a former detective.
They're already arguing that the death penalty should be taken off of the table because he turned himself in.
Police station.
This is not jiving with all the reporting I've heard.
It was that in-between person that informed the family that Tyler had been identified as the shooter. He recognized him. He knows Tyler. He gives them the heads up. And then I'm told, and I believe this, that the way in which he got arrested, or rather turned himself in, was because that family friend slash neighbor slash former detective.
I don't think you plead guilty to murder
told him, hey, it's
unless you actually did it.
Because there's only one.
I understand other crimes.
Either you turn yourself in and everything is peaceable, or the SWAT team could come in here and arrest you and things would get crazy. So that's what happened. He went over to their house. Tyler was called over. Tyler was bewildered. He disputed the idea that he had murdered Charlie Kirk. In fact, according to my source, Tyler has never even stepped foot on UVU campus. Tyler, it turns out, which has already been revealed, was accepted into Utah State University, not Utah Valley. And that's actually interesting if you pause and reflect on that, because we didn't really consider how on earth Tyler became not just familiar with the layout of the campus, but familiar with the rooftop layout of UVU campus. So familiar that he knew exactly how to scale across the rooftops to duck down in order to take an almost impossible shot at a Charlie Kirk who was sitting beneath a tent.
Didn't we hear that he found he had like a schematic of the college?
Where Charlie was going to be sitting in it, that he would have that shot from on top of the Losey Center? What? Right? I would actually, and I don't know, but I would imagine that even actual current UVU students.
I mean, it doesn't take a genius to know where to get the best shot
They're not even that familiar with how to scale the rooftops and what shots they can take from it. We'll see. Curiously, however, my source
not to be confused with Curiouser
was nearby the campus on that day. I'm wondering if that fact, which I'm trying to learn more information regarding, explains the Dairy Queen photo. Because what was he doing around the campus on that day? Where exactly was
he looking at the TV there?
That day. This photo never made any sense. When I plugged it into my timeline, it wasn't fitting in. So if you're wondering why exactly Tyler would agree to go to the police station if he's not guilty, ironically, the police were honest that day on one of the points. Well, first and foremost, that point is Tyler is not suicidal. He wanted to go to the police station so that he didn't risk accidentally getting shot by the police swarming his home, as I said earlier, in a theatrical arrest setting. But rather confusingly, Nate Brooksby, tells us that Tyler is suicidal. Whatever. Let's just take a listen to what Nate Brooksby said after he had been apprehended. Take a listen.
So I get a call from my friend, and his
I said, hey, how you doing? Good. And it's not, he's been retired a few years. We'll call each other. It's not unusual for me to get a call from him or vice versa. And at 8:02 p.m., he calls me. Hey, I can tell his voice is kind of shaky. So my first thought is, who died? Like who's he going to tell me that died? And then I couldn't fathom what actually came out of his mouth. So he said, hey, I know.
The Dairy Queen photo has not been verified yet.
I know the family through religious.
But purports to be from 648 the day of the shooting.
He's in Washington County now, and we're working on trying to get him to come in voluntarily. During that phone call, some information was provided about Tyler potentially having some suicidal ideations, was en route to a remote area of Washington County. The parents convinced him not to do that, and conveyed that they would stand by him and help him surrender peacefully.
I'm told that's not true. That Tyler was not suicidal at all. He was just confused and didn't want to get shot. And then he gets to that part, right? He then tells us, Brooksby, that he came in willingly because he didn't want to die. Let's take a listen to that portion.
Within the hour, my friend drove Tyler and his parents to my office, where he was greeted by plainclothes detectives. So that was part of the deal. Is Tyler knew it was just inevitable with all the law enforcement pressure that his picture in the news, the gun on the news. He knew it was inevitable that he would be caught. He was fearful of a SWAT team hit on his house, or he was fearful of being shot by law enforcement. So part of the negotiation and getting him to bring himself in was that we would treat it as delicate and as soft as possible.
He's a white boy.
Feel comfortable to where he would show up at my office, and that's exactly what happened.
It can't be both. It can't be both. Was he suicidal and wanting to die, or was he worried about dying? It can't be both, and I didn't catch on to that early on. The answer was he came in because he is not suicidal and did not want to get shot and was confused, as I am told now.
Yeah, but once you're sitting there in the jail cell
to assert his
and
innocence,
you realize how slow time passes.
Come right out and dispute everything immediately. Well, interestingly enough, I'm told that it's because the feds told them that if they spoke out, their lives could be at risk. Like they needed to keep things private, and they convinced the family to go into.
But those walls have closed in on you, and you're like, well, this is my life
somebody
for the next 40, 50 years.
Come back and try to harm you guys.
Then you start thinking, oh, maybe I do want to take my life.
Don't speak to anybody. Trust us, we're the feds, bro. And they agreed, of course, in the fog of it all. Why wouldn't you agree? But then, like any good, maybe conservative family, you start going, I don't really trust these feds. Like, I'm a little suspicious about the feds. Here's another point of interest, okay? His father had no idea that Tyler was gay. That's what I'm told. They are learning this in and through the media. They thought that Lance was just his roommate. And they were especially shocked because apparently Tyler kept mentioning to them that he wanted them to meet some girl that he was seeing. Now, I would like to interject my own voice here and say that I think this girl was likely Lance, and Tyler was working up the courage to tell his family that he was gay. That is what is most likely, in my opinion, because we know for a fact that Tyler was, in fact, in a relationship with Lance, because we have exclusive photos, by the way, they're about to show you, that the two of them posted to their Instagrams. This is Lance posting Halloween era photos. I forgot to post. My boyfriend is the best. Love you. Don't worry, that handle has since been taken down of what Tyler's handle was, but he's got a handle that doesn't have his name in it, so he's maybe trying to hide this stuff. And then there's another photo of them. And this one's posted by Lance again, pics from when Tyler had a mustache. You can see that they were in a relationship. Just makes sense that he was working up the courage to maybe tell his family about that. Now, I was told also that Tyler is off the charts intelligent and always has been. We know this. He had a perfect GPA in high school. Now, that is precisely what made the idea of him being so stupid as to author a full confessional via text messages pointedly absurd. Like any person with a modicum of intelligence is going to go, I'm not going to put this down in writing with every detail. And apparently whoever offered those messages, likely feds, didn't have a modicum of intelligence or they would have maybe not included every single detail there. The family says that the photo of the young man that is coming up the stairs, which was shared, that blurry image, is definitively not Tyler Robinson. And let me just say, I never thought
it looks like the dude from
face looks different. Face looks more narrow. Also,
the Bulwark.
This person looks taller. Every time I see, I'm like, this person is taller than Tyler Robinson. Tyler Robinson also appears to have full lips, even though this image is blurry. We're not looking for someone that got fuller lips, and Tyler Robinson looks broader than that individual walking, right? So I'm on board with that person walking up the stairs. It's not Tyler Robinson because
it looks like the same person to me.
Intentionally blurred. They also never gave us the footage at all because in order to blur it, they probably needed a static image. Also, the family believes that, and this is really interesting, Tyler Robinson's apartment was staged after his arrest. Now, you will recall that I spoke to Lance's family. And one of the things that Lance's family said was, hey, we own that apartment. They pay rent to us.
It was staged.
I've never met Tyler Robinson. But I can tell you that it seems like they were trying to hide the fact that this apartment got raided. And it's very strange that they immediately cleared Lance as a suspect. And I was told by other people in the department that they wanted to keep that raid very hush-hush. They didn't want anybody to know about the raid. There was no mention of this raid, and Lance immediately gets cleared as a suspect. Why? Well, according to Tyler's family, they went to that apartment after his arrest, and they felt the apartment was staged, and that intentionally in Tyler's room, a furry bed was placed, almost sort of implying that they're trying to transfer the attributes of Lance onto Tyler.
What?
And that's shady. But again, when I put together what I'm being told by Lance's family and what I'm hearing from the Robinson family through a third party, I will say that it matches. It kind of seems like they're agreeing. One family's going, hey, Lance is kind of evil. Why is he getting cleared? And the other one's going, Tyler's not this guy. Tyler is not this
guy.
So what the hell is going on, guys? What is
are we blaming it on the furries?
There's also something else that's weird that I want to mention here. And that is the unusual lengths in which the media and the sheriff's department, they've gone through.
Isn't it, Samson?
I would say, to protect the identity of that former sheriff friend who was the one who convinced Tyler to turn himself in. Even in that press conference, by the way, Brooksby, I don't like the way he's moving. I don't like the way Nate Brooksby is breathing. I got to be honest with you. It's a vibe. For no reason at all, he feels like he has to explain how he got on the phone with this sheriff friend of his. Like, nobody asked you whether or not it was usual for him to call you. He's kind of over-explaining here, in my opinion. Take a listen.
At exactly 8:02 on the 11th, I received a call from a friend of mine who happens to be a retired detective that worked for me for many years. I didn't put that out there initially. I wanted to protect that individual as much as possible. Unfortunately, in the court documents, which is standard, he was referenced as a retired Washington County deputy. So I didn't put that out there. It was in the court docs. I was trying to protect even that information and just saying retired law enforcement in general.
Why are you trying to protect him? Why did you feel the need to explain to us earlier? It's not unusual for him to call me this guy, but
probably from conspiracy theorists like you, Candace.
Documents that he was, formerly working for me and working with me. What do you mean? If he was formerly working for you, that would mean he was a public figure, and this should be usual. Public figures, people that work for police departments, are always public.
Well, he doesn't anymore. He's a private citizen.
Their name is someone we could easily research. It's nonsense.
Retired.
He's weird about this. He says that he retired. I think a journalist asks in the audience, that former friend detective, how long has he been off the force? And he says, I don't know if we have that clip, or maybe we didn't cut that, Skylar, but he's like, 3 years. But actually, we were able to figure out who that individual was. And I feel, someone that we need to get in touch with. We've tried to get in touch with him. The name of that individual is former Deputy Mike Mitchell. Okay. Deputy Mike Mitchell. Now, oddly, despite a career of 25 years in the police force, I can't find a single trace of him in old newspapers. So I'm looking for more information on this guy. I understand that he knows Tyler through the Boy Scouts. He's involved in
Googled him.
Church, and I think Tyler was the Boy Scout leader. That's the connection there. We were able to confirm that this Mike Mitchell lives on the block, lives nearby, as was told via other sources. And thus far, we have only been able to even see a picture of him. There's just one picture.
You can call in anytime.
And that, again, which would mean Brooksby lied a little bit. I don't like a little bit of lies, because you usually have to lie a little bit when there's something bigger that you're afraid of. According to this post, he retired last January. Here it is. On the left, you have Brooksby. I don't trust that guy. Just don't trust him. And on the right-hand side, you have, today we celebrated the career of Detective.
Does she even know that's the right guy?
Serving 24 years. Washington County, he is retiring, starting in the jail back in 1999. Sheriff Brooksby and Detective Mitchell both.
She's huge, though.
Wonderful
She's
stories.
got a big operation.
Felt thanks to Detective Mitchell.
Surely they have a lawyer. They're vetting this info.
Congratulations, Detective Mitchell.
She's not just doing this herself, is she?
That's weird. That is very odd. That is unusual. That is an anomaly. When you serve that long in the police force, you inevitably make it into the news. So
her shirt says Candace Intelligence Agency, doesn't it?
We have had no luck.
The CIA.
More information about this individual, if he is your Boy Scout leader or he works for your church.
Tips at CandaceOwens.com.
Tips at CandaceOwens.com. Guys, I'm going to again say here, we appreciate all of the tips, but please don't send us links to somebody else's video and their theories, because we're a very small team. There's literally 4 of us, and we want to get to actual tips pertaining to the questions that we're asking and that we're looking for about the individuals that we're mentioning, not other people's theories. If they have a theory about what direction the bullet might have traveled, please reserve that to our social media handles. Tag us on Facebook, tag us on
with your conspiracy theories.
Get a look at those videos, but we really want to keep the tips lines for answers to the questions that we're coming across. And again, we appreciate you guys so much, because we wouldn't have gotten as far as we have if it wasn't for that tips box. I do also want to say, before we get into reading and telling you something even crazier that happened.
Even crazier?
I'm talking crazy. I do want to assert here that I'm uncomfortable with the fact that despite all of the friends that Charlie Kirk made, all the schmoozing that he did, presidents, right, department heads, I am the only person that is publicly demanding further investigation into his assassination. Why?
She's the only person that seemed to really grieve him.
Even turning point.
I'll give her that.
We've accepted. Obviously, there are holes in this narrative, and they're just we're gonna just keep up his shit. What is going on? Actually, I just want to say that and get that off of my chest. I don't like it.
It is bad shit.
The wrong way. All right, guys, throwing it to some of our sponsors. I tell you all the time about Preborn because I've watched people that are close to me be vilified. And he seemed to have a strap hanging out of his bag. Here he is right here. And he was in the food court. I shared that photo because Nick had sent it to me into our tips box and said, this person looks rather mysterious. He's running through the food court. And from there, he kind of became my boots on the ground. He was like, hey, I go to UVU. I'm a major Candace Owens fan. I want to help in any way that I can. Okay. So that's how that happened. That was really, and right away, he told me on day 2 of the investigation that he worked on Phil Lyman's gubernatorial campaign. Phil Lyman ran against the current Governor Cox, and he lost. And one day, very early on, this must have been day 3, Nick cold calls me, and Phil Lyman's on the phone. Okay. Like I said, he ran for governor, and I was prepping for the show, and things were early on, and I was still in a very aggrieved phase, and I didn't really know I was on the phone with this guy, Phil Lyman, and I was like, hey, thank you so much. I appreciate that you're offering help. And Nick insisted to me, he's a fantastic person. He has tons of resources. He knows the area.
I think that's it, Holiday.
Okay, great.
Now she's over-explaining.
Looking into the witness list, and obviously we spoke about this Tiffany Peterson Barker, that very weird clip of her with her nieces at 4 a.m. in the morning, just speaking on Good Morning America, and her energy was just weird to me. I thought her being there was weird. Obviously, this is my podcast. I can say whatever I want. We reached out to her, and then she gave us a ton of information, and but never actually presented to us. She never sent me directly any footage that could verify that she was there when Charlie Kirk got shot, okay? And she was a bit upset that I didn't clarify that. I thought it was weird that she wouldn't just text me the footage because it didn't allow me to confirm that she was where she said she was. That's what metadata is for. Metadata instantly will say, here's where you were, at what time, and this is this person's iPhone. So I wasn't gonna lie to my audience. I just told you guys, hey, you can check her out on her Instagram. Here's her excuse. She says that this is why her nieces said that, and we sort of moved on, right? But then I learned from Nick that the photo,
I'm not high enough for this shit,
wearing that black suit and dark sunglasses, had come from Tiffany Barker's mother. I was like, well, that's weird. Whatever. And then you'll recall we learned from Tiffany when I was trying to figure out, how did you get this hit on Good Morning America? Like, did you share something that would have had them reach out? Well, then I told you, she told us, actually, Phil Lyman is the person that put me on Good Morning America. My sister.
Have you donated $2,000 to me yet?
Like,
Fort
oh,
Awesome.
Okay. So Phil Lyman got you that.
This show may not go on any longer. You say you like this show. I'm entertaining.
A connection there that made that happen.
You want to see the show continue. If you want to see the show continue,
but then I learned
I need
that
$2,000.
Lyman himself was very involved in all of the communications that immediately went out about the shooting, and that his car was in the driveway of the now infamous TMZ footage, which showed the shooter walking twice that day by this house. In fact, Phil Lyman says that he had just pulled into that driveway minutes earlier and had just missed the shooter. Here he is in his own words speaking to Kaylee McEnany. Take a listen.
I do want to linger on a moment for what you just told us, and I'm going to ask the team to pull back up that surveillance footage that we've gotten from TMZ, from those neighborhood cameras. You said that in that footage is your driveway, and you parked there at 11:30 a.m. We know this footage that you're looking at was taken at 11:49 a.m. So you would have been on that street, that driveway, 19 minutes.
Right across. Yeah, it's not my driveway. It's my aunt's driveway. Parking lot was very full. He's walking in front of my aunt's house there right now. And my cousin's house is the driveway that is taking that photo, and my CRV, the gray CRV in the distance there.
He's limping. Is that because of the guns in his pocket or in his pant leg?
I had not seen this footage till just now, and it just keeps so many things that keep linking up. It's really astonishing to me. And then we went back to this house afterwards. They thought they had the shooter. So I took a friend of mine. We went back to my aunt's house and said, well, we'll just hang out here for a while. And before long, the people were combing the backyard, as you saw. She had the footage of that, and pretty soon helicopters are overhead. And so this is very, very local to me. Not only is it Utah, but it's kind of my neighborhood where I spent so much of my childhood and all of my relatives. Yeah. This is really astonishing. I got up yesterday morning at 6 o'clock to drive up and meet Charlie, and I.
Dixie would have ditched the gun by now, right?
Bed since then, because it's just one thing after another, and so astonishing that this could happen in Utah.
Now, just to be clear and to reiterate, 19 minutes before the shooter walks across, he had just pulled into the driveway. Phil Lyman pulled into the driveway. He says that he saw Charlie Kirk that day. We're going to get to that. Also, when he says he grew up there and his family owns, we were able to determine 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 homes right there. Incredible. Okay. Absolutely incredible. And that his little press tour, obviously now you're explaining your car was in the driveway. So the issue's close to him. That kind of makes sense. Then he went on to Alex Jones and spoke about where he was when the shot rang out.
He went on to Alex Jones.
And I'm laughing because it's kind of absurd. He kind of sort of blames it on these two random goth girls, maybe. He's kind of implying there were these girls that were wearing black and maybe they should be taken a look at further. Take a listen.
What? Just yesterday, someone comes in and says, we've got video. He came off the roof. He came up here to the parking lot, got in the car with an individual, and they drove away. Well, that's not the story that came. So that he escaped another route, and there are people who are coordinating this thing. I do not believe that 30-06 that they showed recovered in the bushes was ever on the roof. I think it was in the bushes to start with. And now I'm not saying that Tyler Robinson wasn't on the roof. I'm not saying he didn't pull a trigger. I was in very, very close proximity. So another interesting thing, like I say, I left the front of the stage. I wanted to meet some of my friends and bring them down front. So I was clear at the east end, and I heard this loud boom. I heard this loud bang. And I turned around and I'm looking like, what was that? What was that? And pretty soon some people started, running. Everyone was trying to process. And I thought, this is a gunshot and there's going to be more of them. I thought it could turn into a mass shooting. So I go to the people closest to me. Everyone's ducking down behind the concrete retaining walls. And some of them were still kind of oblivious, but there were two people that were standing there. Two girls, very goth, very black, and I just walked, and I stepped up to the side of them and I said, did that not happen right here? Did you hear that? Was that right here? And they said, yeah, it was just right over there. So they're confirming, yeah, the shooter or wherever that sound came from is right here. The thing that didn't really dawn on me is that they were not running. They were not frightened. In fact, as I stepped up, I heard one of the girls, and they were talking to each other, and they're looking at these kids, looking at the scene down below them of all these people fleeing for their lives. And she says, go F yourself.
I don't even know if I can block numbers.
And like I say, I was not processing that. I was trying to figure out what was going on. I thought this is a separate conversation. I don't know what it is. In hindsight, as I've watched that over and over, it's like these people were not afraid.
Okay, so what I get from that is he was up high because he says they're looking down below, and that maybe people that are wearing black are immediately suspects. I don't know, because they were not afraid. Anyways, he also went on to a local Utah news station and spoke about how he was with Charlie just before Charlie went onto stage. Take a listen.
Phil, thanks for joining us, first of all. But I saw a picture. I saw a picture of you with Charlie Kirk, and it looks like you
no
were,
block numbers.
Like, maybe right before he went on stage. Is this just like minutes before this happened?
Yeah, no, I was basically backstage, and when he came out,
I was about to say, oh shit, I did have a missed call, but it was me when I was calling in.
And when the shooting took place, but I needed to go meet some of my friends, and I didn't want to just hang around. So there's a part of me that's glad that I wasn't in close proximity, and part of me that feels bad that I wasn't there, just in some form of moral, presence and support. It's such a tragic thing.
When I combine those clips, I'm kind of unclear as to where he was exactly when the shots rang out, if he was close or if he felt bad.
Yeah, you can even make the number
he went on to
unknown.
Instagram that night.
Block your number.
As Tiffany was prepping her Good Morning America hit, I suppose. And
because I could reject unknown numbers, but I don't.
What he was doing.
I understand if somebody wants to block their number. I'm the troll patrol. I've never used somebody's number maliciously against them. 10th, so I could understand not wanting to give me that option.
Hey, it's September 10th, 2025, and I was just heading back from Salt Lake to Blanding. I'm getting a very late start. It's about 11:30 at night, and I wanted to swing back by UVU campus where Charlie Kirk was killed today and see if I could let a few of the police officers know how much I appreciate the work they're doing, see if there's some college students.
This bootlegger.
Rub shoulders with, more for my benefit than for theirs. But what I really wanted to share was I was very close this morning where Charlie Kirk was at.
GOP candidate for governor that lost
before he went on stage, and
last primary
as he started speaking, then decided to go up top, and I went up to the top, and ironically was very close to where the shooter was. Apparently, the shot was very loud, and I determined pretty quickly that whoever it was on the roof, and it was a 200-yard kill shot.
Where was he? I don't know. I find this to be a little weird, but look, let's be clear. By no means conclusive of anything other than perhaps a strange coincidence, and maybe this is why he feels so impassioned and wants to keep speaking about it. Also, he's a gubernatorial candidate. Makes sense. This would be a political moment to show that you're a leader. And look, life is not exactly an Agatha Christie novel, right? Where the guilty party somehow inserts himself into the investigation. So I park that aside. I keep pushing. And
Flash, is there any validity to
But also,
Fox said the bullet
I do recall in the back of my mind
stopped by Charlie Kirk's big brain.
And as it would turn out, another person that lives
like it was a small caliber gun, right? That hit him in the
trying to
carotid.
get me to look into Governor Cox because he's, according to Tiffany, very supportive of the trans stuff. You should look into Tiffany said into Governor Cox, and similarly, the Shumway emails were like, you should look into this Governor Cox because he likes trans. So they're open and close. That feels to me always just like Fed bait, left versus right. He likes trans. people, so it has to be him. Okay. Oddly, look, I'm just following the facts here. Nothing in my investigation has made me ask a question further about Governor Cox on that day. Nothing came up organically, so I'm not going to push it just because he's a Democrat.
Candace, he looks like a penis.
And actually, where I was at this process, what's that? Oh, pushing that because Governor Cox is his, sorry, I said Democrat because he's his, he's warring with him. And that's the candidate that he wants to go after. And I actually start noticing as I'm looking into this investigation that everyone who was involved on that day, I mean, literally the person who spots the shooter on the roof, military, the person who says, oh, I just happened to be in the right place in the Flag of Halls where I saw him running, also in the military. And I'm starting to think, is it possible that this is like a military hit? I don't know, but I'd like to find out. Next came a tip that you guys saw me receive live on the show. A woman paid to say, Candace, there's more footage of the shooter on that day. And you should know that that shooter was with a woman, right? That's a tip that I received, that woman,
what?
The shooter was with a woman and he was seen changing clothes and that they've cut out that footage. So I reach out to that individual and the name that they give me for the house that this took place in, and I'm able to confirm
hide anonymously.
This property is nearby.
I'm sorry I've put you guys through all this, Candace, but I'm fascinated by it.
So now I want to be clear. I could not attach whether or not yet this individual is related to Phil Lyman, but he's been honest about the fact that his family lives around there a lot. Like, the Steele Lyman clan is here. So I was a little bit on alert, maybe like a lot of bit on alert, and I decided to just do a basic search into Phil Lyman.
All these people are potatoes.
I don't know. I'm asking the question to myself, and I'm quite surprised.
I don't even know what rabbit hole we're going down now.
Who his mother and father are. Like, I literally don't know what goes on in Utah, but it seems like a very weird thing to me that you would be able to keep information about who your mom and dad are private if you're running for governor. Right? So I just simply ask Nick. I haven't shared any of this with Nick. Because
Maynard looked really cute. I wanted to pet him.
I'm not accusing Phil Lyman of anything. I'm just like trying to actually shut that down. And he says, I don't know who his mom and dad are. I'm like, what do you mean you don't know? Okay, weird, whatever. And then
he's off the rails.
Pushing on military leads that I have. People that were on the ground that day who I've confirmed were in the military. Anyways.
I don't know. We're going into this Lyman guy.
Nick calls me. And he's a little bit undone. He tells me that Phil Lyman has just showed up at his house. Now, I want to be very clear. Nick is 20 years old. He's a 20-year-old UVU student and a major super fan of Phil as of 48 hours ago. And he's very uncomfortable. And he tells me that Phil randomly messaged him saying that he was nearby in town, and asked Nick for his address, something that he never had. And Nick, quite naively, being this Phil super fan, thinks that Phil's going to come and offer him a job because he's been so on it, investigating this Charlie Kirk assassination. And that's not what happens at all. Instead, he says that he shows up, he opens the door for him, and his energy is very weird. And he's asking him weird questions. He's looking out of the window nervously. He sits down at the table. He's asking him questions about my investigation. I'm like, I shared nothing with Nick. I literally was asking him, can you go here, pick up this, whatever it is. And he is thinking this is getting weird. I said, what specifically did he say to you? Well, he tells me that Phil has also set up a time to meet with Ian Carroll. Okay, so Ian Carroll is conducting his own separate investigation. We are not collaborating at all. But Ian Carroll publicized that he was going up to Utah because he wanted to be on the ground physically by himself. And he was reaching out to people that who had been speaking about having been there. And Phil Lyman is so gracious that he offers to give him a tour. And Nick tells me, he's like, that's really weird now because we're like 2 weeks on from this shooting, and Phil Lyman lives 4 hours away. So that's very, very gracious of him to do, but his energy isn't good. And then he mentions Governor Cox, and he mentions Tyler Boyer of Turning Point USA, and says that, again, this is according to Nick, that Tyler Boyer and the Lyman have been speaking, and that they're, really going to make Governor Cox, and I'm paraphrasing here,
Governor Cox,
another Utah event, USU event coming up, and Governor Cox is supposed to speak, and Phil Lyman intimates that, like, you know, at this TPUS event, Governor Cox isn't going to look great. I'm like, what? He then tells him, I'm going to go, if you don't mind, I'm going to take a phone call in my car. So he's just idling in a 20-year-old's driveway who just happened to work on his campaign, and he's on the phone. And he's why he's calling me panicking. He's like, I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. I don't know what's happening. I don't know why he's being so weird. I don't know why he's asking me questions about this investigation. And I'm like, yeah, this is weird. This is very weird. So then I'm like, I'm honing in here. I'm like, what's going on? I feel like he knows something at the very least. Maybe I'm wrong, but that's how I feel. And I begin actually searching through our tips box for anything related to Phil Lyman. Maybe somebody else
to Brigham Young University.
Said something, and lo and behold,
I see what you did there.
Someone just messaged us and said, hey, like, you should probably ask more questions about Phil Lyman, because every time I look into this investigation locally, him and his family members are popping up. And then that person tells me that his nephew had sort of done this public tour, like Phil Lyman's nephew did this public tour saying
how about
that he
we
was
all
going
come
to
together
walk
and
the
say,
same
let's
route
stop
that the shooter
attacking pedophiles
walked near his grandmother's house, and that they found, you guys remember this, they found the Converse footprint
by ironic
grandma's house. And he presented a map, like, this is it. This is actually from his Instagram.
I would have napped with
He
you.
presents this map, and his nephew's name is Shane. And this was all public. I'm only looking at things publicly. And let's just look at
It's been a wild show. I'll say that.
He's with his friends. Said, I took my friends to my grandma's house tonight, and we reached
The son jacks off to Asmongold. Welcome in, friend.
place that the security cameras caught him. I've been through this new experience for the last few days. I'm still very glad to have attended and to support Charlie Kirk and to see him. The last pic shows Converse brand footprints. And then he does.
I've still got so much other shit to talk about.
Friends. And by the way, I'm looking at the front on the right, and I'm like, I don't know. I'd like to know who that is at the very least.
Question marks. Earlier in the show, I went looking for more context. We got more context, and it didn't help it any. They didn't. I couldn't find anybody showing what happened after the clip. I could only find a longer, lead up to the clip.
How about we all come together and say, let's stop attacking pedophiles? How about we all come together and say, let's stop attacking pedophiles? How about we all come together and say, let's stop attacking pedophiles? How about we all come together and say, let's stop attacking pedophiles?
So I can get you a little more context, but it doesn't fucking help.
Senator Booker also said we should have bipartisan.
Hold on. You shut up for a second, Ted Cruz. I can give you a fucking 14 seconds leading into it.
Senator Booker also said we should have bipartisan agreement. I think that's a great idea. We should have bipartisan agreement. How about we all come together and say, let's stop murders? How about we all come together and say, let's stop rape? How about we all come together and say, let's stop attacking pedophiles? Senator Booker also said we should have bipartisan agreement. I think that's a great idea. We should have bipartisan agreement. How about we all come together and say, let's stop murders? How about we all come together and say, let's stop rape? How about we all come together and say, let's stop attacking pedophiles? Senator Booker.
So I would love to see, does he correct himself? What did he actually mean to say? But I could not find a clip that had the rest of it. Everybody wanted to just cut it right there. That's how well liked Ted Cruz is. Oh, I'm sorry. I was going to ditch Candace, but if you want to go back to talking about it, yeah.
I'd like to know who everybody in this photo is. This is just interesting. You guys are in the staircase and posting side-by-sides. They put these side-by-side photos of them in the staircase. And I just was like, I need to just know more about you, and I need to know more about these two individuals who I couldn't.
Wait, are we accusing these kids now? I
also would have messaged them directly to figure out who they are.
I spaced out there for a little bit.
I found that very strange. And so I messaged Nick and I asked him whether or not he had ever received any images or videos from Phil directly. At the very least, we can see his line of vision so I can figure out where exactly he was when the shots ran out. And I'm wondering if like we can maybe get some footage that we didn't have before when the shots ran out. And also, by the way, metadata is king. That's kind of been it's good to see because then I can put it in my timeline. That's why I love metadata. I can say this exactly happened at this time. Strangely, Phil kind of freaks out. He doesn't want to share those photos with Nick. And he asks him explicitly, whose side are you on?
Look at me, Grant.
I thought we were all on the same side. We're all trying to catch Charlie Kirk's killer one way or the other.
I have no idea what he's trying to say. I tried to
got on the phone with
piece that together, Flash. I had no idea.
Any communication with you. I literally am just asking questions. And now all of a sudden it's like, oh, you don't want to answer any questions. You don't want to share anything. And he tells me that yesterday, Phil Lyman just calls him and he shouts at him. Like, who the F do you think you are kind of a deal? You know what I mean? Like, who are you to ask me for anything? I already gave my photos to Taylor Hansen.
That's what it was supposed to be, the F slur.
You've been great, Nick, but I don't want you being shouted out. I don't want you feeling comfortable in your own home.
My apologies to everybody who heard me drop the F slur multiple times when I realized I was only on Kick the other night.
Phil is acting in a way that
I was on with Media Winch. I might have made her uncomfortable.
Given the fact that, again, he inserted himself in this investigation and we're asking, this is my car on the street. Okay, you want to be helpful. We're asking you to be helpful. And now all of a sudden you're showing up at 20-year-old's house and you're being weird. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. And I said I could reach out.
I'm so confused as what's going on.
I reached out to both Phil and I reached out to his nephew Shane and I asked for them to identify the guy.
Phil who? Phil McCracken?
Like I said, I was interested in who those individuals were because I couldn't find it on his friend list. And in response, Shane immediately takes his profile private. And Phil Lyman, leaves me on red. So I am now left in the predicament where I need to just ask the public, if you are one of those two kids that are in the photos there, I would love to ask you some questions since you publicized this tour. I mean, they even did the full video walking through where he walked. And, you know, he said, my uncle, he posted Phil Lyman. So my uncle was with Charlie. This is the video that they posted. Everything was done publicly. And now I'm like, okay, you could maybe you have something that's helpful. I want to ask you about, could you send me that photo? Could you send me that video? Could you send me all that stuff? And now I'm getting radio silence. So unfortunately, because I need to figure out what happened on that day, I'm turning to the public to try to identify those people and anything else that you may know that may help put things together for us. Again,
tips at CandaceOwens.com for actual if you want to send Candace Owens an email.
Not for just comments, those sorts of things.
If you want to give JustinFREAKIN a tip, you can hit all my links.
Point me into a different direction.
You see what I did there?
Tag us on social media so that we can try to manage this process better. Anyways, you guys, I'm giving you a lot of weird stuff going on.
Yeah, you did.
To know what on earth happened on that day. I'm gonna get to some of your comments.
Buy one up, tip one back. Veronica's correct. Now that she's awake, we need to get high.
That's great news for American homeowners. Expenses have been a major burden on families. Wages are flat. Prices keep climbing, and for many, the only way to make ends meet is to lean on credit cards.
Visit AmericanFinancing.net.
Ahead, if you're a homeowner,
promo code Owens.
American Financing right now because interest rates have dropped. Many homeowners are seeing.
It's so weird going into the live reads, but hey, listen, if I can get a bigger audience, my YouTube audience has grown, but that could just be people watching me while I'm banned on Twitch. If I can get a bigger audience going, I'll absolutely do ad reads. I'll take the Blue Chew ads. It totally goes with my brand. I'll do the dick pills. I'll do the penis enhancement shit. Adam and Eve apparently sponsors a lot of podcasts and streams. Absolutely, I'll do Adam and Eve. I know my audience. I want to get like a weed store, a head shop, an online head shop kind of deal. Those are the sponsors I want. I want Adam and Eve. I want Blue Chew. I want some kind of online head shop. And don't tell me that's not the perfect sponsor. And I've been thinking about it. You know what? Ground News would probably be a good sponsor for me. Like, because I could actually use their product on the stream and be like, oh, here's the breakdown of the Ground News as we do each different story throughout the night. I'm just not big enough yet. So, hey, if you're watching on YouTube, please hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. I'm bad at doing this. I come on here, I try to pour my heart out and do a fucking show for you guys. The best goddamn news show on the internet. So all you YouTube people, like, subscribe, share me out, kick people. I don't know how to grow on Kick. I have no idea how that's a thing. Let's go to... We were talking about the Charlie Kirk shooting, but we just had 2 Marine vets in 2 different parts of the country commit back-to-back mass shootings. One with the name Nigel Max Edge. I can't get over that. He thought LGBTQ white supremacists were coming after him because he's a white man. When are we going to talk about the violence that is caused by right-wing propaganda?
This morning, a round-the-clock search for a motive after authorities say an Iraq War veteran unleashed a barrage of bullets during a packed service at the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints and set the building ablaze in Grand Blanc, Michigan. An aerial view showing what little is left of the church.
We are also looking at improvised explosive devices that were recovered during this
Gretsch there in the background.
ABC News Learning investigators found 4 IEDs made of consumer-grade fireworks in Thomas Jacob Sanford's pickup, the same truck police say he used to plow into the church before he opened fire with an assault rifle and drenched the building with gasoline, killing 4 people and injuring 8 others. 77-year-old John Bond killed in the attack, a Navy veteran remembered as a beloved husband, father, and grandfather. And this morning, we're learning more about the 40-year-old suspect. A local city council candidate told me he met the suspect just days ago.
The last thing he said was that Mormons are the Antichrist.
So that's a big statement. What was your reaction?
It was shocking. I mean, it's very odd. I mean, I expect to talk about politics, about national politics, and this was the one case where really first time religion was brought up.
The suspect's father speaking to our affiliate WXYZ saying, "We are beside ourselves." And in the wake of this tragedy, one local LDS church leader thanking the community for their response in these trying times.
Everybody has dropped everything. We are caring for mothers, fathers, brothers, sisters, and children. They're all of ours at this point.
And officials say those injured victims range in ages from just 6 years old to 78 years old. We're told 2 of them remain in critical condition. George?
Alex Perez, thanks.
Dude apparently had a severe hatred of Mormons.
Mass shooting and arson attack at a Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints in a small Michigan community. Cole Higgins has the latest details on the investigation and the attacker who died in a shootout with officers.
The investigation into the deadly attack that killed 4 people and left 8 others injured at a Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints in Grand Blanc Township, Michigan, continues.
I mean, the church is basically gone. And you really cannot imagine it's just burnt down to the bricks. And the unimaginable terror that went on in that place of worship during a church service, it's hard to take in.
As the community grieves, investigators are combing through the wreckage of the church and searching for a possible motive. The 40-year-old gunman and Iraq War veteran Thomas Jacob Sanford had openly declared his hatred for the LDS Church and its followers.
He did make the statement that Mormons are the Antichrist, which is a shocking statement.
Chris Johns is a city council candidate in Burton, Michigan. He says he met Sanford on the campaign trail about a week before the attack.
He had very strong opinions, nothing that was related to violence that would indicate violence, just somebody who had a very, very strong held belief that really he had maybe a philosophical animus, but not necessarily a desire to do what he did.
He definitely talked about groups of people in ways that weren't acceptable.
Kara Pattison was a friend of Sanford.
If you asked me, out of everybody I know, to pick 10 people you think might do something a little like this, like, I wouldn't not pick him. And I hate saying that.
Cole Higgins, Crim 2.
Wow. Okay, we do. This is like posted just within the hour. Newscaster, this is like a plug for the upcoming newscast. She's saying they got more information on the shooter in North Carolina.
About Nigel Edge. He is the suspect accused of shooting at a
Nigel Max Edge, thank you very much.
waterfront bar in Southport last weekend, killing 3 people and injuring 5 other people. Authorities say he shot at that bar from a boat. He was a decorated Marine veteran who was based at Camp Lejeune from 2003 to 2009. His highest rank was sergeant, and he was awarded a Purple Heart. He said he was shot 4 times in Iraq and suffered PTSD. He is charged with 3 counts of first-degree murder and 5 counts of attempted murder. Prosecutors say they may seek the death penalty in this case. We are learning more information about Nigel Edge. He is the suspect accused of shooting at a waterfront bar in Southport last weekend, killing 3 people and injuring 5 other people. Authorities say he shot at that bar from a boat. He was a decorated Marine veteran who was based at Camp Lejeune from 2003 to 2009.
I'm trying to make you a mod. I'm trying to approve that comment. I can't do it. I don't know how to do it over here. Warlord's a mod. Can you mod Flash? Can you approve that comment? I'll say it. I called an old racist white dude a Mayo monkey to a space where it was too funny for him to get mad at, but I could tell he was. Was there more in it? Just like that cuts it off there. Mayo monkey. Max edging does often lead to mass shooting. The only mass shooting I'm ever going to be involved in is a bukkake. Hey, if there's any right-wingers over on YouTube, you want to give me a call. I'm feeling froggy tonight. Number and Discord in the chat. 917-830-4359. Hop in the Discord. Do I sound like a soy boy? That's why you won't call in. Like, I've got the deeper voice. It's the people. Look at my thick beard and my deep voice. All the hair on my chest. Like, who's the man here? Me or you? It blocked something there, Flash. I don't know. Something got deleted for hate. Why are you coming into my chat with all this hate, sir? Let me see if I can get past this paywall. If not, I gotta go find another source for this story. Oh, I guess let's talk about the shutdown. We are coming up on the shutdown. Bernie went on with CNN in the last couple of hours here to talk about it. I can't turn the AI mod all the way off.
A response to Republicans like House Speaker Mike Johnson and others who say the subsidies don't expire until the end of December. We have time to negotiate on those and we can find some common ground.
Well, for a start, common ground, really. They have had months. And for the first time in modern history, they have not sat down. What has always happened is a majority. He talks about how 13 occasions they worked with the Democrats. It's true, because the Democrats in that case sat down with them. So what you need is a bipartisan solution. What these guys have said, it's my way or the highway. This is the way it's going to be. And that is kind of what Trumpism is about. That's that authoritarian tendency that we're seeing in America right now.
So are you telling me you're willing to vote no every time Leader Thur
Damn right.
brings this
I
up?
am not going to allow. Let me be clear. All right? You can quote me on this. You can quote me on this. We say in Vermont, till the cows come home.
Damn right.
Let tens of thousands of fellow Americans die because they're thrown off of health care. In my state, people cannot afford a doubling in the health care premiums. We are already paying the highest prices in the country for health care. People just can't afford it. And what the Republicans have got to do is go into their hearts and go back into their constituents. Ask their constituents in Louisiana, where Johnson is from, do you think it's a good idea to give $1 trillion in tax breaks to people like Bezos and Musk and Zuckerberg, the richest people in this country, in order to throw people off the health care they have? I think the answer will be a resounding no. So I hope the Republicans develop a sense of morality, listen to the people of America, and do the right thing.
Oh, don't you know that's how the Christians do now? They call everybody names. These are weird times on the internet. Speaking of weird times, here's our boy.
Well, Mr. President, it looks like we're going to have a shutdown. What does that tell us?
It was earlier today.
I'll tell you what it tells me. It's simply that much more evidence that human evolution is a slow process. I thought humans had advanced more as a species, but apparently we haven't.
What'd he just say?
Well, Mr. President, it looks like we're going to have a shutdown. What does that tell?
Media Winch, welcome in.
I'll tell you what it tells me. It's simply that much more evidence that human evolution is a slow process. I thought humans had advanced more as a species, but apparently we haven't. What do I mean by a shutdown? Well, we can't keep government open without a budget. And tonight at midnight, our current budget expires unless we vote to maintain the status quo and continue the current budget as we negotiate a new one. Many of my Democratic friends say, well, what's the problem? The Republicans are in charge.
Dude looks like he's less involved than everybody else.
And the Republicans have a majority in the Senate, and the Republicans have a majority in the House. What's the problem? They know what the problem is. We can't pass a budget. We can't keep government open just with Republican votes here in the Senate. We only have 53 Republicans. We need 7 Democrats to join with us. So for my Democratic colleagues to say, well, the Republicans are in charge and they don't need us, they know that's not accurate. And that's what's going on. Now, we've had a few shutdowns before, and every shutdown is different, but most shutdowns are a combination.
Well, since you need Democratic votes, you should be willing to compromise with Democrats.
Degrees. This shutdown, in terms of policy, makes absolutely no sense. None. What we have proposed to our Democratic colleagues and the minority leader, Senator Schumer, is to make no changes to the current budget. We just want to continue the current budget and keep government open until just before Thanksgiving to give us more time to negotiate a permanent budget. We did that many times when President Biden was president.
Very true.
And when the Democrats had the majority. In fact, we did it 13 times. Not only have Republicans done it, but Democrats have routinely done it. But this time, the Democrats have said, no, 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 no. We want more.
Based on 2 points of contention.
And you may be thinking, okay, that's reasonable. What do you want?
Rescissions.
Well, it's not reasonable.
And protections for
In
ACA
effect,
subsidies.
What the Democrats are saying to us is that we're going to close government unless you Republicans agree to make it bigger. We don't want the status quo. We want you to commit to spending $1.5 trillion more than you're spending now. And we, the Democrats are saying, are going to tell you how to spend it. First, they want us to repeal all of the Medicaid reforms.
Not asking me to what?
Reconciliation bill.
Did you give me some kicks?
The one big beautiful bill.
Oh, thank you, Flo.
The one big
rage quit
would not reduce Medicaid. In fact, it would go up about 2% every year as a result of our bill.
Kick has actually already sent me money, amazingly enough.
Medicaid who aren't eligible for Medicaid, that you're not going to get Medicaid anymore.
Cool on
eligible
Kick.
People who sign up in Louisiana and Mississippi, that's fraud. Under our bill, they would be thrown off. The Democrats want to put back on. Under our changes in the one big beautiful bill that the Democrats want us to reverse, you would have to satisfy certain income levels to be
Get on your knees.
The law says if you make too much money, you can't get Medicaid because Medicaid is for the poor. In my state, we have found people through audits making $120,000 a year on Medicaid.
Doubt.
So our bill, which the Democrats want us to repeal after just passing it, would say to those people that if you don't meet the income limits, you can't.
I doubt that was a thing, sir. I think you're lying.
That's the first demand of the Democrats.
Now the media winch is here. We need to get high.
That we made to Medicaid in the reconciliation bill and throw them out the window. Number two, they want to extend the Obamacare subsidies. What does that mean? Well, first let me say Obamacare was a mistake, and we know that now. When
How was it a mistake?
Obamacare, we were told that our lives would be better. Our lives have been worse. We were told that it would make health insurance more accessible and more affordable. It's done neither. On the non-Medicaid part of Obamacare, we've got,
You just got your first chocobo? I thought you got those earlier.
Americans who are
I don't really remember 8 that well.
And
it's been
for the most part, about 90%.
God, it's been like since 2017, whenever the remake came out.
But the rest are making huge sums of money. Some are making $160,000 a year getting Obamacare subsidized by taxpayers. And that's not the way it was supposed to be. How did we get here? Well, it's simple. During the pandemic, when people were being laid off or losing their jobs or couldn't work, President Biden rammed through.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense.
To enlarge the subsidies. He took the cap.
Repent.
On the amount that you needed to earn in order to.
Ironic, are you come in here and call me names.
You're about to run
Tell me I'm gonna go to hell as I repent. Call me a druggie and shit. And be like, no hate, just love.
Democratic friends and talk about how.
I tell you what, I will convert to Christianity if you pay me $2,000. $2,000.
Right.
All my links, it's right here.
$250,000.
Byronic, I've got a question for you.
Their health insurance subsidized by the federal government. That's bone deep down to the mayor's stupid. But the Democrats, Senator Schumer and his colleagues have said, no, we will shut government down unless you agree automatically to extend these subsidies, which were passed during the pandemic, after the pandemic is over.
I'm going to give you a list of things.
And that's just
you're
some
gonna
of
pick
my
one.
colleagues'
I'm
demands.
gonna give you four options.
You
and
need
you are gonna
an
pick one.
Excel spreadsheet to be able to follow their demands. Their demands to keep going.
It is not which one you like better. It's like which one are you in the mood for? That's what we're doing right now.
And when Senator Schumer announced these demands, that's when I knew. I knew it in a nanosecond. We're going to have a shutdown.
Bob's Burgers.
Because my colleagues, my Democratic colleagues,
Chappelle
are very
Show.
smart people. And Senator Schumer is a smart person. And he knew when he announced these demands that I could.
Seinfeld.
He knew they were unserious.
Reno 911.
The president nor the other members of Congress were going to accept them. And you know what? Many Democrats know they're unreasonable.
Bob's Burgers.
So that's why I say
Chappelle
the
Show.
policy part of this
Seinfeld.
makes absolutely no sense.
Reno 911.
And that's because this isn't about policy. This shutdown.
Did you answer before I even gave you all the options?
Now, party.
I just said Bob's Burgers. You went Bob's Burgers.
Just like the human experience changes over time.
We're gonna be watching Bob's Burgers after the stream on Kig.
So is the Democratic Party. And there is a wing of the Democratic Party. I call it the
After the Troll Patrol.
Some less charitable people call it the loon wing of the Democratic
The loon wing.
And they are in charge right now.
This motherfucker doesn't realize he occupies the loon wing of the GOP, does he?
Scared to death of them. And this particular wing of the Democratic Party that's in the ascendancy, what do they believe? They try to out-weird each other.
We're going to watch Bob's Burgers after the government shuts down.
If you listen
I guess take your mind off of it.
They hate Abraham Lincoln. They hate George Washington.
What?
They hate Dr. Seuss. They hate Mr. Potato Head.
Dr. Seuss? Mr. Potato Head? How'd I slander you? Oh my God, I would never do such a thing.
Recess. Kids. And if it's their preference, should be able to undergo sex change operations while minors paid by you, the taxpayers. They believe that.
Are you guys still paying attention to what this dude is saying? Because I kind of drifted off there.
They believe that if you support the law, which says you have to be vetted to come into our country, if you support the law, you're a racist. I think if you support the law, you're being prudent. But they believe in open borders. And my Democratic friends are about to elect a new mayor in New York City.
Oh, wow.
He's a member of the Loon Wing. He's a self-avowed socialist. He has said if the Prime Minister of Israel comes to New York City, he will have him arrested. But this is not the majority of Democrats that believe this. I don't think that for a second. And I know many of my Democratic colleagues here don't believe that. But
what in the fuck is Fort talking about?
Wing, the angry Gary Busey wing of the Democratic Party is in ascendancy.
What is Kennedy talking about?
Power, enormous amount of power. And many of my Democratic colleagues in the Senate are scared of him. And the Loon Wing is mad at many of my Democratic colleagues in the Senate. They shouldn't be, but they are. And therefore,
I feel like Gary Busey is a Republican, isn't he?
Are scared of the Loon Wing. And they want the Loon Wing to love them. The Loon Wing will never love them. They're better off doing the right thing, and they know what the right thing to do is. But that's why I say this is a political decision.
Yeah, he's a Trump supporter.
We're going to shut government down.
Gary Busey is a Trump supporter.
Unless you're prepared to leave it shut down permanently, and maybe my Democratic colleagues are, but I don't think so.
It's the Gary Busey wing of the Democratic Party. Motherfucker, Gary Busey is on your side.
No better. Once you shut the government down, you got to get back open. How are they going to get it back open? We're not going to agree to their demands. $1.5 trillion. They know we're not going to agree to it. So how is my friend Senator Schumer going to get government back open? You know, there's a famous movie line. I don't remember the movie. I think Denzel Washington said the line. I love Denzel Washington. He's what cool looks like. The guy's awesome. He's a total baller, man. I love Denzel Washington. But anyway, I think he said in one movie, if you pray for rain, you better be prepared to deal with the mud. And truer words were never spoken. So if you want to shut down,
that's the profound
I say
quote.
To my Democratic friends, you better be prepared to deal with the mud. How you going to get it back open? How you going to get it back open? I wouldn't want to.
That's what he said.
To have to make that decision. Let me just say a few words. Every time we do a shutdown, it scares the living daylights out of the American people.
I can't
especially
wait
our
to
elderly.
have
It
your
breaks
cock
my heart.
in my mouth.
All
I'm
of us
going to
get
give
phone
you the
calls from
blowjob
folks
of your life,
scared to death.
then
They're
I
not going to
want
get
you
their
inside
Social
of
Security check, or they're not going to be able to see their doctor, and it just breaks my heart. So I want to give them a little bit of assurance.
LaVille Strangiato. Welcome in, friend. Glad to have you.
And the Trump administration is not going to do anything to hurt our elderly. I want to assure them of that. If you're receiving a Social Security check or Medicare or Medicaid or a veteran's disability, your checks are going to continue. We will make sure that.
You were here calling me names and telling me I was going to hell? That's the first I've heard of it.
But essential workers will still be there to make
I'm confused.
Sure those checks are sent out.
Is this a role play we're doing?
You don't have the money to eat. We're not going to let you starve to death. The administration is going to continue payments. We call it, some people call it SNAP. I call it food stamps. And we will
call it food stamps because you're fucking old.
Women, infants, and children's program. Most of us refer that to WIC. You'll still get your mail. Don't worry about that. Postal Service will be
Oh, okay. Okay, well, that makes way more sense.
Your Veterans Administration.
I was confused as what Byronic was up to.
Medical centers, they're going to remain open. So I don't want you to be scared about that. Now, you're going to know.
Sorry. You got some friendly fire, I guess.
We've got 2.5 million federal employees. Probably 750,000 aren't going to be on the job. Under the law, they have to go home. So you will notice.
And apparently they're going to be laying off like 100 grand. Federal employees.
In our museums here in Washington.
We are 20 minutes away from the government shutting down. According to the White House, it's the Democratic shutdown.
That's the law. They can't come to work in a shutdown. Doesn't matter who initiates the shutdown. We still got a little time. It's midnight tonight, and we're going to be taking some votes here in a few minutes. Give our Democratic colleagues
the votes filled.
One last chance to do the right thing.
Yeah, that vote failed. They have recessed until in the morning. A government shutdown is inevitable in 19 minutes and 30 seconds. That was Senator John Kennedy earlier today. This is Senator Ted Cruz from earlier today.
Senator Booker also said we should have bipartisan agreement. I think that's a great idea. We should have bipartisan agreement. How about we all come together and say, let's stop murders? How about we all come together and say, let's stop rape? How about we all come together and say, let's stop attacking pedophiles? Senator Booker also said we should have bipartisan agreement. I think that's a great idea. We should have bipartisan agreement.
I mean, that is the Republican position, isn't it? Please stop attacking pedophiles. Please stop attacking the pedophile con man that we put into the White House. Fight over hidden report on Trump documents case goes to appeals. Meanwhile, previously secret passages in court filings over grand jury fights in 2 cases against the president have been revealed. A Trump-appointed federal judge lingering in action over a special counsel's report about President Trump's retention of classified documents has ensured that it remains hidden, prompting a free speech group to urge an appeals court to intervene. Separately on Monday, a judge made public more than 200 pages of files concerning closed-door fights in court over attorney-client privilege during the investigations into the documents case and into Mr. Trump's attempt to overturn the 2020 election. Together, the developments showed how details of the two investigations that led to the indictments of Mr. Trump while he was out of office have remained hidden from public view. The request by the free speech group the Knight First Amendment Institute of Columbia University is known as mandamus petition, meaning it is pressing a higher court to instruct a lower court to act. The request's success is by no means assured because the standard for an appeals court to grant such an order is hard to meet. Essentially, it must find that the right to the relief sought is clear and indisputable, and that there is no other way to get to it. But the request spotlights how the Trump-appointed judge who oversaw the case, Eileen M. Cannon, of the Federal District Court of the Southern District of Florida, has sat on a request aimed at trying to make public a report by the special counsel, Jack Smith, on the investigation. Mr. Smith dropped the investigation into Mr. Trump after the 2024 election because the Justice Department considers sitting presidents temporarily immune from prosecution. Buddy, I'm gonna ban you. You are fucking gone to hell. I'm so goddamn tired of hearing assholes say they got censored. Eat this censorship. You can pay $2,000 to all my links, and you can come back. But for right now, you are gone. Boom. You can still watch the show. I encourage you to. Learn something, my friend. I goddamn hate right-wingers coming. My last comments were censored. You've been censoring me. God damn. Constantly playing victims. You're fucking whining all the time. I can't stand it. Right-wingers are fucking morons. The biggest babies on the planet. For $2,000, I'll ban you, though. You can come back and you say whatever you want. You can call in. Like, you wanted to get banned, though. Clearly, you just wanted to be so grating that I would ban you. Everybody knows it. Is that what you do for attention? That seems like a sad, pathetic life. You can get unbanned. $3,000. All my links just popped up. You can check it out. A judge has ruled that non-citizens have a right to free speech because, goddamn, of course they do.
Targeting non-citizens for their free speech is unconstitutional. That was today's ruling by a federal judge in Boston, citing the Tufts University student who, as you'll remember, was detained by ICE earlier this year after writing a pro-Palestinian op-ed.
NBC 10's immigration reporter Oscar Margain is on it and joins us live from the Moakley Federal Courthouse in the Seaport. Oscar, this comes as another court in New York is hearing arguments also related to this student.
That's right, JC. In both cases here involving Rumeysa Osterk, the case in New York, which actually just wrapped up minutes ago, is about whether she and other non-citizens like her are able to request and petition the federal court to get involved in their case and intervene after being detained over their speech. Now, today here in Boston, another judge ruled that all persons here in the U.S., citizens or not, are protected by the First Amendment.
We're ecstatic that the federal court judges,
because of course, yes,
holding free speech for all.
A federal court judge in Boston ruled in favor of two higher education organizations that sued the Trump administration over free speech rights of international students and faculty. In particular, those
The Constitution is written as a series of things that the government cannot do. So of course it would apply to people who aren't citizens as well. It apply to anybody that's in the country because it's a list of things that the government cannot do.
their opposition to the war in Gaza. Judge William Young concluded that the administration tried to strike fear into protesters, including that of Tufts University student Rumeysa Ozturk. Ozturk co-wrote an op-ed in the school paper last year calling on the divestment from Israel. She was detained in March by a group of masked ICE agents in Somerville. Masa Kambabe represents Ozturk and helped her in her release back in May.
They're essentially trying to bypass the First Amendment by saying immigrants don't really get free speech. You can't hear that in the federal district court.
Our government now kind of understands that they goofed and they made a mistake. Of course, they would never admit that.
Constitutional professor Jeremy Paul believes this ruling will also impact a U.S. Court of Appeals case heard in New York Tuesday involving Ozturk, where the government is arguing that non-citizens should not be able to request a court to intervene in their case after being detained for their speech.
They're saying, well, even if we made a mistake, you can't challenge it in this way, in this court, at this time, with this petition, and we want you to be thrown out. And of course, if the government wins, here's the key point. If the government wins this case, the power the government will have to threaten people for expressing their point of view will be overwhelming.
Now, Professor Paul and Attorney Kambaba here both believe that today's ruling here in Boston by the federal court judge sends a message to the Trump administration that it cannot silence free speech, not just for those who support Palestine, but also comedians and the media, which have been part of the national conversation recently. Now, I reached out to the Department of Justice to comment, but they said they had no comment. Reporting live in Boston, Oscar Margain, NBC 10 Boston.
We are about 12 minutes away from a shutdown. One Mr. Mike Johnson went on with CNN. He's got an interview that's pretty much going to take us to the shutdown. I'm going to put the countdown clock up.
And thank you so much for being here.
You will see when the government officially shuts down at midnight.
I think it is inevitable now. It's a very reckless decision that Chuck Schumer has made. The Democrats have taken the last vote. Within the last few hours, they voted it down once again. And so there's no other option. Now, it's important to note what they're doing here. They're throwing a fit. They're making partisan arguments. The House did its job. We sent to the Senate a clean CR. What that means, it's a very short stopgap funding measure so that the appropriators in Congress in both parties can continue their work of doing the appropriations bills, 12 separate bills. We've made a lot of progress in that. We just need a little more time because tonight is the end of the fiscal year. Chuck Schumer has refused to give the extra time. Why? Because we won't agree to restore health care to illegal aliens. Because we won't agree to give $500 million.
No, that's not it.
For public broadcasting. He wants to cut the big fund of $50 billion that we set aside to support and prop up rural hospitals in America, because we won't agree to those partisan demands, and $1.5 trillion in new spending on a 7-week stopgap funding measure. He's decided to shut the government down. It's real pain for real Americans, and it's so frustrating.
I heard you make that first point at the White House yesterday after the meeting y'all had with the president and with Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries. People, as you know, people who are here in the United States legally have never been eligible for the Obamacare subsidies, for Medicare, for Medicaid. So what exactly are you saying that they're trying to do when you talk about giving free health care to them?
I'm so glad you asked. Okay, so when we passed the One Big Beautiful Bill, the Working Families Tax Cut, we had Medicaid reforms in the bill. You and I talked about it on the air. What we did was to eliminate fraud, waste, and abuse. There were a lot of people on the program who were enrolled in the program who were never eligible to be there. Medicaid is intended for eligible U.S. citizens, not illegal aliens, not also U.S. citizens who are able-bodied workers like young men. So we passed the law. The president signed it into law. Democrats voted against it, of course, and it's been wildly successful. The CBO, the Congressional Budget Office, which is the neutral arbiter of all these things, released a report a few weeks ago, earlier this month, and they said, you know what? The bill has had its intended purpose. Premiums are coming down, listen, because 2.3 million ineligible enrollees have been kicked off of Medicaid, which
get ready to cut them off.
It up. And $185 billion has been spent.
Again.
So basically, what you did was narrow the eligibility for certain people to get access to the ACA subsidies. What they want to do is undo the changes that Republicans made in that. But basically, wouldn't that only affect people who do have legal status, people who are refugee seekers here in the United States, asylum seekers here?
Those are two totally different issues. Now, they've created this as a new argument that they have as to why they should not keep the government open, but they're arguing a December policy debate
for a September funding issue. The subsidies that you're talking about don't expire until the end of December.
No. Those are the subsidies for just everyday Americans. That's one thing.
But people start signing up next month.
But you're saying they want to give free health care to people who are in the United States illegally.
That is exactly what the effect will be.
No. Looked at it, there's a little nuance because they want to undo changes that y'all made, narrowing who is eligible to get that. Those are people who are refugee seekers, asylum seekers. They're not technically people who are here illegally, just cross the border.
No, this is exactly what will happen. And Maxine Waters admitted, I think, accidentally today on the
countdown to shutdown.
They want to give health care to everybody.
8 minutes.
Maxine Waters is not in charge. She's not the one. She didn't write
She's
this
one of the senior
proposal
leaders in the
as
House,
bill that Democrats are
and everybody
proposing.
should Google it and read their counter proposal
But you see
yourself.
my point, right? You're making this argument that they want to just give health care to everyone who's here illegally. This is not for people who cross the border and don't have paperwork. These are people who have temporary protected status, right?
No, absolutely what will happen if that counter proposal was enacted is illegal aliens would be paid for. American taxpayers, hard-earned dollars, would be paying for benefits for illegal aliens again. We're not doing that.
But it's against federal.
Not illegals.
You're illegally
Yes,
to get
yes,
health
and
care.
There are people here legally.
To enforce all that.
Johnson is a liar.
I didn't see that in the Democratic proposal that people who are here illegally
No,
should get
because
health
they
care.
don't have the level of specification that we had in our bill. It will unwind that and all those things that the CBO just verified.
I guess I'm going to take a bong rip when the government shuts down. Is that the thing we should do?
No, that is a red herring in this debate. What they've
Red
decided to
herring
do
my
tonight with their vote is to close the government. And what that means, everybody needs to understand, real pain for real Americans. What does that mean? It means women, infants, and children do not get their nutrition programs. That is not funded anymore. Veterans don't get their health care services, suicide prevention, and other very important things that are very timely. You have low-income persons who are Medicaid, Medicare recipients who are receiving care at home. Those programs are now lapsed. They will not be funded.
Yeah, you're
you got
making a
troops
point about
not
what
paid,
happens if the
TSA
government
agents
shuts
not-
shuts
That's
down.
right, and they just decided to do it.
Making a point about what happens if
You decided to do it.
That's right, and they just decided to do it. So the only question tonight is,
deja vu.
Chuck Schumer keep the government closed. It's a dangerous gambit. It's something that he himself said his entire political career would be dangerous and disastrous. Roll the tape. We're rolling the greatest hits on our social media.
Yeah, I'm just saying that the point about giving people who are here illegally health care is not exactly what is in their proposal.
It is 100% what their
immigrants
proposal.
who have legal status,
No,
and you're just
Caitlin, you're
disagreeing
wrong.
on who's
Billions.
eligible.
No,
I
I'm
looked
not.
at it, actually, because I was curious about your argument
You
yesterday.
should study the CBO's analysis that they just put out a few weeks
Yeah,
ago.
They've got like a supercut on the White House website.
Who has legal status, people who are seeking refuge here or
No, I'm
seeking
not.
asylum.
No, I'm making sure that we are making sure in our provisions that we sign into law have ensured that health care benefits go only to eligible U.S. citizens.
Right,
Chuck
as
Schumer's
is federal
proposal.
law.
Federal law was not being enforced. That's the whole point. We had to fine-tune that so that we could strengthen the health care program. That's what we did.
On this premise of how long this shutdown could go on, the longest one was 35 days. You were a member then, you were not the House Speaker then. How long do you believe this could go on?
I hope it's very short because real Americans are going to suffer. It's going to be a hardship for a lot of people. And Chuck Schumer holds all the cards because all he has to do is do what he's done, by the way, 13 times during the previous 4 years of the Biden administration. 13 times we avoided a shutdown. We were in the minority party many of those times. We voted and did the responsible right thing to keep the government open. We're asking Chuck Schumer to do the same thing he did his entire career. He's been here half my life. This is the first time ever he's wanted to shut it down, and I'll tell you why. Because Chuck Schumer is in a political fight. He's fighting for his political life. The last time he did the responsible thing, the far left came after him. AOC is going to challenge him.
Yeah,
in the
he was
Senate race.
criticized by a lot of his own members. You're talking about how painful a government shutdown today could be. Today, the president said that he thinks some good things could come from a government shutdown. What are the good things?
I'm sure he thinks so.
Well, the administration has to make some very tough choices. They have to determine at the Office of Management and Budget what are essential services, what are the programs that should be prioritized, personnel decisions, policy decisions. Chuck Schumer has just given the White House unilateral authority to make those permanent decisions about programs that should survive and those that should be eliminated. So he's sort of walked into a political trap on that as well.
The president framed it as a good thing that could come out of this. You're saying it's a tough choice. That's not how he described
it's
it
both.
today.
There are good things that could come out of it. If you eliminate wasteful programs that we otherwise would not get Democrat votes to do, that's a very good thing for the taxpayers. But the harm that comes is from the people who need food assistance, medical assistance. FEMA won't be funded, by the way. We're in the middle of our hurricane season. If your health...
Oh, yeah. We're going to talk about some hurricanes here in a second.
No new policies, no renewals. None of that can happen during a shutdown. It's real danger for real people. This is not a game.
Yeah, well, the president has previously talked about
3.5 minutes away.
Potentially before this shutdown happened. But can I ask
He
you in
wants
terms
to reform
of...
FEMA.
You're
I wonder if something's going to happen on this website.
that they would basically stop, right, if this shutdown commences. Has a president ever
Is something going to happen?
Programs just because there was a government shutdown?
I'd have to go study the history of it, but I'll tell you that government's never been so big and bloated as it is today. It's completely it's too large. It does too many things, and it does almost nothing well. There's a lot of reform-minded people in the administration who would like to streamline government. So would conservatives. So do all of us.
Is something going to happen on that website though? Is it like a countdown when we get like a new video?
Effectively for the people. That's what our legislation has done. That's what the big beautiful bill was about, and we'd love to continue that theme. And if Chuck Schumer wants to keep the government shut down,
just like an hour or two ago on CNN.
Some good things may come out of that, indeed.
As a constitutional lawyer, do you think you would be okay if a government shutdown happened under President Biden and he canceled programs unilaterally because of it?
We didn't allow that to happen because I'm more responsible.
I don't think anything's going to happen on that website. It's just going to go to zero and stop.
We don't want to hurt the American people. Chuck Schumer
You're going to be very disappointed.
Unilaterally, he's the
But then again, there are a bunch of shit posters. They might
keep the government shut down for.
They might have some video or a GIF at the end.
Extremely selfish and stunning to me that he is willing to do that. There's no way out of the trap.
Wasn't that what the Lincoln Park did that one time? We watched that countdown and it started counting back up.
And policy preferences, but I didn't because
we're like, what the fuck?
The reason we need, again, just the short-term extension to November 21st is to allow the appropriators to do their job.
If you were going to partake upon government shutdown bong with me, amazing. Those words came out of my mouth.
November 21st would be the appropriate date to extend it. That's all we're asking for is time.
And some are they just
prepare
using their
your
leverage,
accoutrement.
Position that he once held?
Well, unfortunately for Chuck Schumer, he doesn't have willing partners on the other side. There's no game to play here. The White House, the president, the vice president, we were all in the Oval Office together yesterday. Leader Thun,
Caitlin Collins, looking snazzy.
and the White House are
You can be my GOP mommy.
on this. There's no daylight between us. We want to keep the government open to serve the people. Chuck Schumer and the Democrats have decided to close it. We'll see how long this standoff continues, but it's real people that get harmed in the process.
Leader Thun said earlier today that he's not going to negotiate until the government is back open. Is that your position as well with Hakeem Jeffries?
Yeah, look, there's plenty of
Timu Crystal Ball.
Policy issues and extraneous.
I'm sorry, I think she's better looking than Crystal.
It's the first most important responsibility of Congress to keep the government operating for the people, and the Democrats have decided not to do that.
But so is that your...
But that's just me. That's a me thing. To each their own. Especially right there. Like, I don't know. There's something about that outfit she's wearing. I'm sorry. I need to stop gooning. My apologies. We are 35 seconds away. The Democrat shutdown is imminent. Prepare thine asses if you would like to take a government shutdown bong rip with me, or hit your marijuana bowl joint. 10, 9, 8. I wonder if something is going to happen. It's a little faster. It's a little faster than Oh, it did start counting back up. Look at it. Look at it. Democrats have shut down the government for 10 seconds. Oh, both counters going back up. Warlord called it. Does that mean kids don't have to go to school tomorrow? The government has been shut down for 1 minute. I don't think it works that way. What is happening is all your federal functions are limited. Apparently, parks will be open on a limited basis. There won't be people in the parks to clean and shit like that. The mail still runs. It's funded separately. If you have a court case in a federal courthouse, you might want to check on that. Apparently, they only have a funding for about the end of the week. So if you have a case in front of a federal judge, you might want to check and see if they are postponing your case. It will only be emergency cases, emergency docket only following Friday. Is there any other federal functions I am not thinking of right now? Any way that you might interact with the government? I am not thinking about currently. Apparently a bunch of generals are going to be trapped in Quantico. The Supreme Court has their own court dues that they are funded by. They will continue. Their session starts in a week. We did the story of the Des Moines superintendent arrested by ICE. He is now resigned as superintendent.
Well, for the first time, we are hearing from Roberts' attorney. He claims Roberts was under the impression that his immigration case had successfully closed. He says he was led to believe that based on a letter he received from his former immigration attorney just 6 months ago. Local 5's Alex Fulton is in studio after attending a press conference with Roberts' lawyer. Alex, what were the major developments that he told you and other reporters?
Well, Stephanie, Dr. Ian Roberts' attorney today confirmed his client was born in Guyana, but stopped short of saying if he is a U.S. citizen or had ever applied to become one. He emphasized that this case is complicated and there's only so much he can share right now as he works to gather more information.
We have not stopped working on this case since Friday at about 3 o'clock.
Des Moines attorney Alfredo Parrish is representing Dr. Ian Roberts, who resigned from his position as DMPS superintendent.
This is a case that's been juggling through the system for a number of years.
On March 27, 2025, Roberts allegedly received an email from his then immigration attorney, Jacqueline Gonzalez, based out of Pasadena, Texas. It had the subject line, "Closure of immigration case," and the body stated, quote, "I am pleased to report that your case has reached a successful resolution." This would have been almost a year after Roberts received his final order of removal for May 2024.
When the case was reopened, you'll see that that date was May of 2024. So the question then becomes, what existed before that time? So that's what we're in the process of trying to dig through.
I asked Parrish why he believes ICE agents waited over a year after his final order of removal to detain Roberts.
We don't know. It can go from day to day. As you've seen by watching the news reports, people can leave very quickly, or they could be here for some time.
In Omaha Immigration Court, Parrish and his legal team did file a motion to stay for Roberts, and they plan to file a motion to reopen his case.
This is a very complex case. It's complex, it's difficult, and there are a lot of what I would call a myriad of issues that are involved.
Parrish wouldn't answer if Roberts was authorized to work in the U.S. and when he came to the country. ICE officials claim he entered the U.S. on a student visa in 1999, but records show he graduated from Copen State University in Baltimore in 1998.
There are a lot of inconsistencies in contracting stuff. That's why we're trying to get access to the file so we'll have a better understanding of what that is.
Now, we reached out to the law office of Jacqueline Gonzalez, Roberts' previous immigration attorney. A secretary told us they're not authorized to speak on this case. Parrish, Roberts' current attorney, said there will be another press conference at a later date, but it's unclear when that will be. Stephanie?
I think we're done with politics for tonight. Let's go to this crazy ass story about the singer David, stylized with a 4. He had the young girl that might have been pregnant that they found in the back of his Tesla.
New details on the investigation into the death of Celeste Rivas. The 15-year-old remains were found in the trunk of a Tesla registered to singer David. A teen identified as Damien, who once dated Celeste in middle school, tells TMZ she had a troubled home life before running away from Lake Elsinore because she said her mom treated her badly. Damien also told TMZ
average Tesla driver
alleged relationship with the singer David, but was surprised because he thought she was happy outside of her home life. Developing tonight, did you come across this on your social media? An AI-generated actress is responding after sparking outrage.
Yay, YouTube is promoting my stream.
Norwood, created by Aline van der Velden, has drawn interest from...
What's the difference, my friend? What is the difference?
From actors and unions. Van der Velden calls Norwood a creative work.
Good night, Warlord.
AI is
Who knows when the next stream will be?
But a creative work. Now, she adds that AI is a tool and not a replacement for people.
Will the Troll Patrol be on tomorrow night? Who knows?
Did in the past. Secretary of War Pete Hegseth is pushing for major changes in the U.S. military.
All I cared about was that first story. I don't know why she kept going on. The Taliban has imposed a blackout across Afghanistan. An internet blackout.
The Taliban have ordered internet and mobile phone data services to be cut across Afghanistan. That's according to diplomatic and industry sources on Tuesday. Meanwhile, residents and monitoring services reported no connectivity, as well as disruption to flights and financial services. The Taliban administration offered no immediate explanation for the outage and could not be reached for comment. The Taliban have previously voiced concern about online pornography. Authorities have also cut fiber optic links to some provinces.
Online pornography?
With officials citing morality concerns. International Internet Access and Monitoring Organization.
Taliban shut down the internet. Democrats shut down the government. Coincidence? Probably.
NetBlocks said connectivity in the country was flatlining at around the 1% mark. The organisation told Reuters connectivity was cut in phases on Monday, with the final stage affecting telephone services, which share infrastructure with the internet. Shabir, who gave only his first name, said that his job at a private internet service provider had been suspended. The UN has called on the authorities to fully restore connections. The UN Refugee Agency told reporters via satellite link from Kabul that it could no longer reach its frontline aid workers. Afghanistan is grappling with the aftermath of an earthquake that hit the east of the country, the return of millions of refugees expelled from neighbouring countries, and a drought in the north. Restrictions ordered by the Taliban leadership have grown increasingly hard line. This month, authorities stopped women working for the UN from entering its offices. Women have also been banned from many lines of employment and girls from attending high school. For many of these women, internet access has been an economic and social lifeline. The Taliban have said they respect women's rights in line with their interpretation of Islamic law.
What does that mean? They respect women's rights in interpretation of Islamic law. In the Philippines, they were struck with a 6.9. Nice. Earthquake that killed at least 31 people. I'm sad George Carlin died. He would have loved this shit. Taking bets on human life? Absolutely. He would have been so into it. Oh, God. Let's talk about this carnival ride that ended up breaking. This is why I don't ride rides at carnivals. Listen. I wrote a movie called Chocolate Milk Girl when I was in college. Chocolate Milk Girl is a true story. It's about a girl who was watching the Freak Show, my actual show, and challenged me to a chocolate milk drinking contest. I ended up writing a movie about it. But there was this festival in my hometown, which was where her grandmother lived. It's called Hillbilly Days. It was, you know, your normal carnival festival deal, funnel cakes and rides and shit like that. So we go to Hillbilly Days. I'm there. Her name was Kira. Sorry, Kira. She looks like she's happy. She's got kids and a husband and everything now. But at the time, she was my best friend's cousin, and she challenged me to chocolate milk drinking contest. We ended up, you know, flirting around. I meet her at this festival, and we're at the festival. We're doing all the, you know, normal festival stuff. We go over to this carnival ride, and it's like a wooden roller coaster that goes in it's just one loop. It's just like the Bullet or something like that, and it goes in one loop. And I'm fine. Like, I ride roller coasters at, you know, actual theme parks that go in a loop and shit. It's not that big of a deal. But when I sat down with her on this roller coaster, and I'm looking at the carny that's operating it and everything, I have a fucking panic attack. And I'm like, let me off me. So she is like, here, hold my purse. And I'm standing there at the bottom of the ride holding her purse. And there's some kid asking why I'm not on it. And it goes up in the loop. And she's like not even holding onto the bar. She's like putting her hair up in a ponytail as they're in the loop and shit. And I'm holding her purse at the bottom. That's probably why she didn't let me fuck her. I only got to touch her boobs. I was not fuckable material after that. After I chickened out on the carny ride. But there's a reason why. Because I do the news, and I've heard too many stories like this one.
Moments on a fair ride at a family fun day at a school carnival.
One of the carts came off the ride, the zipper, and slams into another one. Fox 11's Ed Lascos, he's live in Rosemead, where he caught up with witnesses tonight. Ed?
Marla, these witnesses still can't believe it, saying they've only seen something like this before on the internet, but never with their own eyes, just a few feet away. Imagine, one moment they're in line waiting to take a ride on the zipper, and the next, the zipper is unzipped, its cage is crashing down. The video, I'll tell you, it's...
The zipper is unzipped.
Watch. Chaos at the carnival. The zipper, the popular ride, comes unzipped, sending one of its cages crashing down.
I'll show you unzip.
And then it just hit the ground, and that's when everybody started screaming.
Yo, wait, back up.
Is there somebody in there?
Yo, Alexia, back up. Yes, there is someone in there, and there are dozens of other riders still trapped on the zipper, trapped high above, inside the ride's cages.
Like when you get caught in your zipper.
What the hell?
You never imagine that type of stuff to happen to you. You always see it on the internet. So it's very just...
No, I totally imagine it happening to me.
You know?
I know. That's when operators slowly
That's why I freak out.
To get everybody off. And then another cage. See it there? It lets loose, crashing down.
But yeah, I was very confused when they had turned it back on because already one had broken off. And then sadly the second one came from the top.
Yeah, they're probably trying to reset it or something. Get it
LA City Fire rushes in, rescuing the trapped riders. A tense rescue. They're all high school students here at the carnival at the Bishop.
Oh, there were people in it when they turned it back on? Goddamn.
Union area. The teenagers all out for a Friday night of fun, riding the zipper.
It's meant to like kind of spin you like upside down, and just keeps on spinning you upside down, and then you go like up and down all over.
All over, but not crashing down like this. And now live, unbelievable.
Well, I think that was a kid.
She was going to be the next on that ride when all of that happened. Video's unbelievable. Despite that, though, LA City Fire reporting no one seriously hurt, as you can imagine, though they are investigating. And
No, it wasn't a kid.
After what was supposed to be their Friday night of fun. For now, we're live here, Rosemead. Back to the west side we go.
It was at a school. It was a school thing.
That story.
Then I retract.
Up and down, all like.
I'm pretty sure that's a kid. Sorry, Flo. I understand. It was right there. But it's a kid. Wild video shows two cars colliding with each other. I keep finding awesome stories here. Holy shit.
Screeching tires and a violent crash during a road rage battle between two drivers.
KCAL's Nicole Comstock is in West Covina, where she spoke to the woman who recorded the chaos.
Witnesses say whatever happened between these two drivers escalated to an absolutely ridiculous level once it made it into this parking lot here. And it sounds like it's still a mystery to police what was going on too, since the drivers eventually left and apparently never called them. Chaos in a West Covina parking lot as two drivers play a dangerous game of cat and mouse.
Wow!
Cars sending clothes and cracked fenders flying.
I was literally at a loss for words, and part of me wanted to run over there and be nosy and see what happened.
But Drea Cano had content to create for the Louis Liquor Instagram account.
Another drinks with Drea.
Where she was trying out
We're gonna try this.
the latest Buzzball flavor. Her little taste test was loudly interrupted.
Heard them coming, and I made a joke to her, and I said, oh look, people are really racing here to get the new Buzzball. And I laughed, and then she looks up, and she's like, no, Drea, look.
But what they saw was no joke. It was extremely dangerous, especially for the bystanders who were in the parking lot Friday at Francisquito and Sunset.
We're glad that nobody was hurt, like seriously hurt.
Because what was going on, it looked like the car was going to flip over.
In a written statement, West Covina police said a report was taken based on a witness statement. Both parties involved in the incident fled the area prior to our arrival. We're still attempting to identify the parties involved, and the investigation is still ongoing. But the question remains, what was really going on here? Was this a case of road rage between strangers or something more personal?
We did get some leads from local police that it was a domestic dispute.
And at this point, it's unclear what charges, if any, those drivers could potentially face. Reporting in West Covina, Nicole Comstock, KCAL News.
Get your mind out of the gutter. 'Cause they hairy. Didn't dude call me a cum sock earlier? A serial weehoo peeping Tom. The fuck does that even mean? I don't even know what these words mean. I just keep. I mean, I guess you just shouldn't shoot people in the dick. Apparently we had this crazy arraignment happen. This was earlier today. There was an arraignment for at least one suspect in a crash that killed an NYPD cop.
Chaos inside a Brooklyn criminal court this morning. The suspect accused of leaving the scene of a crash that killed an off-duty NYPD officer was arraigned today, but the hearing erupted into violence. Thanks for being with us. I'm Amanda Bossard, and News 12's Kelly Kennedy joins us now with the exclusive story.
This was the scene inside Brooklyn criminal court just moments after 30-year-old Carlos Almanzar Toribio was arraigned. He's charged with leaving the scene of a deadly crash that took the life of off-duty NYPD officer Jay Pena. Sources tell News 12 that moments after Toribio was led out of court, Pena's 18-year-old brother lunged at someone in the courtroom. A scuffle broke out. A court officer was hurt, and Pena's brother was arrested. You can see him right here being escorted out by officers. Toribio's charges stem from a crash on the BQE back in August. Police say Officer Pena was riding his motorcycle when he was hit by a box truck Toribio was driving. PBA President Patrick Hendry says Toribio needs to be held accountable.
He saw our brother on the side of the road. He then removed part of the motorcycle from the box truck and continued to leave.
Toribio is charged with several felonies, including leaving the scene of an accident and tampering with evidence. Officer Jay Pena had 4 years on the job.
He's kind of cute.
Member of the 84th precinct.
Losing a 30-year-old son in
Damn.
the prime of his life.
Why do you have to be a cop?
So much, ahead of him.
Toribio pleaded not guilty to all charges. Again, this was a very emotional, very heated day in court. Toribio is still behind bars, and he'll be back in court on November 18th. In downtown Brooklyn, Kelly Kennedy, News 12, Brooklyn.
Well, a cryptocurrency crew hung a tarp on the Hollywood sign and then filmed their arrest. What's a cryptocurrency crew? They just put like a pill? I don't get it. Does anybody get it? Please get it. Man, these streamers out here, they will do anything for attention. Pulling all these wacky stunts, like saying they're Antifa. Holly pilled. And the article says it's unclear exactly what the message the banner was attempting to portray. That was the dumbest. Absolute fucking... I hate influencer culture. I don't want to be an influencer. I want to be a talk show host. I want to do the news. I do not want to be an influencer.
You might not have heard of him because I didn't until today, but I hear
I actually have heard of him, and he's really big. I've heard of him because he was on WWE.
That famous, the YouTuber I Show Speed, with almost 45 million subscribers, that's a million more than Annabelle here,
yes,
is wrapping up his live stream tour across America right here in Los Angeles.
All right, so NBC4's Alex Rozier was in the middle of the madness today. He joins us live from Sunset Boulevard. And Alex, you got a chance to talk with him. But I'm going to be honest with you, Alex. We've been talking, and we're trying to figure out who this guy is, like what he actually does to become so famous.
I'll
Help us out.
best to explain here. I'll do my best to explain, Annabelle and Michael, but he's got a big energy, big personality. Millions of people on YouTube love him. And let's just say today, I really have never seen anything like this. Every stop on his Southern California tour, dozens of people surrounded him. You will see here, his fans love him.
After a facial on Sunset Boulevard in the middle of a crazy crowd, YouTuber I Show Speed spoke exclusively with NBC4 News.
Millions of people know about you. For those who do not, what should people know about you, Speed?
My name's I Show Speed,
and I'm a Portuguese world explorer. I travel the whole world, and I traveled America in 35 days. I went across the whole of America.
I feel like I saw him go off on somebody the other day.
Live.
And when he said
something didn't go the way he wanted it to,
he meant it. This is video of his YouTube stream while he slept last night.
Whoa!
iShowSpeed's big energy and unpredictable life helped draw in more than 44 million subscribers on YouTube, 40 million followers on Instagram, and his fans follow him everywhere he goes. Here he is in South America. Here's a picture from Southeast Asia. But this week, he's in Southern California. We first bumped into him in Anaheim before a Disneyland visit.
We're going to turn up here at Orange County.
But today, he was in Los Angeles.
Why the helicopter following? Are they live right now?
The LAPD chopper followed him through town today, and so did News Chopper 4, as he hit some of the city's most famous attractions, like Sunset and Hollywood Boulevard. How's the trip so far?
The trip has been absolutely amazing. This is my last day of the America tour, and I stopped in LA. LA's having fun. We getting lit and we turning up.
What's your favorite stop?
I think my favorite part was Hollywood. Hollywood was my favorite part. Walking down that strip, meeting a lot of people. I went to the Wax Museum. My brother won his first race there.
His 35-day, 25-state American tour started in late August. It comes to an end this week. And be honest, where does LA rank on that list?
LA's top 10 for sure. Obviously, it's not the end of the day yet. So I'm going to answer that question at the end of the day.
We still got time to impress.
Yes, sir.
And as we bring you back out live here, one of his stops was the Face Gym, getting a facial on Sunset Boulevard. And to give you an idea of how famous this guy is, while he was live streaming here, because he live streams 24/7, while his live stream was happening right here, the workers told me their phone was ringing off the hook. People around the world were calling in because they just wanted to chat with him for a moment. So there you have it. Annabelle and Michael, I hope I answered your questions. iShowSpeed, apparently a worldwide sensation.
you did explain what he does.
With NBC4 News. What a time to be alive.
Hey, Alex, you said he had big energy. Look,
What a time to be alive.
what are you doing wrong?
I don't know, Michael. I thought maybe you get a similar following around town, but I'm telling you, I just live a quiet life. Let me tell you, live quiet life over here.
Yeah, they run the other way when they see me. They don't run towards me.
Is that a shot at me, Flash? Because I did that one time.
Thank you, Alex.
Because that's fucking funny. I think I called right at the end of her shift, and I think she enjoyed bullshitting with me. Thank you very much. You guys don't know, I called a Subway in Hawaii one night to talk about the differences in the menu in Hawaii and England. England apparently has a really good Subway. Like, their Subway is better than ours. They got a much more robust menu. What is a Brazilian butt lift smell? And is it real?
To go under the knife for a Brazilian butt lift, also known as a BBL. The goal is a bigger...
A BBL. I would think that would be like Big Beautiful Latina or some shit like that. A BBL.
For those who go under the knife for a Brazilian butt lift, also known as a BBL, the goal is a bigger butt, rounder hips, all of that. But there are some downsides that can come with the procedure. And that's the smell. A woman went on social media and she went viral. She says that she had her BBL removed, but before she did, she said that her sit-down air stunk so bad. Take a listen.
To the point to where I had to carry around a bottle of air freshener or a bottle of perfume, because when I would use public restrooms, it would stink so bad and the smell would linger. It was like an embarrassment. I didn't want to come out the bathroom with it smelling like that and someone else was waiting at the door. When I say that BBL really ruined my life, I even lost my boyfriend behind it. He was telling me the whole time, like, you're stinking real bad down there and I can't stomach it.
Now, how does this happen? And is this even a real thing? My next guest, Dr. Anthony Yoon, he's going to explain this a little bit for us.
What a crusty asshole. Wash your ass.
Dr. Yoon, welcome to Fox 2 Detroit Live.
Thank you so much for having me.
Of course. So, I mean, have you heard of something like this happening, the smelly BBLs? It's all over social media.
Yeah, mostly just on social media. That's the funny thing. So this is a story that has been kind of recirculating probably over the last year or so. And there's this belief that people who have a BBL surgery, and BBL essentially is taking fat, liposuctioning it from your hips, from your thighs, and then purifying that fat and then injecting it into the buttocks. And there are a number of videos that came out maybe about a year ago where typically men were saying that they would be at the club, they would be surrounded by baddies, and that there was a certain smell that would emanate from the ones that had had BBL surgeries. And so there are all these ideas about why that could be happening that they would start bringing up. Some would say that it's secretions from the fat that would be leaking out. Other people would say that it's due to the inability to properly wash yourself. And there are all these other ideas too. And then this story came out of this woman fairly recently where she said that she had the BBL smell, that it's real, and that it even actually ruined her her relationship.
Yeah, I mean, it's really a whole thing. There's so many people on TikTok saying this. People who have had these Brazilian butt lifts, BBLs, they're coming out and they're saying, "Hey, I stank. Like I don't smell.
I stank."
And people who have been around them have said that as well. I mean, could it be an infection? Could it be just not proper hygiene is not there? Or I mean, what is it?
So there are a couple of potential causes to it. The first thing is, yes, it could be basically just not having good hygiene. You know, when you have a BBL surgery, essentially your buttocks are much bigger afterwards. And could it be harder to wash back there? I would think yes. Now, that can't be always the excuse, I guess, or the reason. But the
I'm
first thing
getting kind of nauseous, actually.
It does upset some people when they hear that that could be the reason why they have a smell back there. The other reason why, though, and this is going to be not that common, but it's definitely possible, is infection. You know, you are injecting fat into the body. Typically, that fat should not get infected.
Oh, my God.
Could, and if it does, infections smell, and they can smell really bad. But this is something that should be very, very rare because it isn't common to get an infection of your BBL. And so if it happens, you're going to have a lot of pain from it. You're going to have most likely drainage, redness. This isn't something that typically persists for months while you're feeling fine.
Yeah. I mean, some people online are saying that it smells like broccoli. It smells like dumpster juice. And I know that there's
smells like broccoli.
Lymphatic massage or something that, you know, works it around. Like, what is that? What's that whole process like?
Well, so it's normal to get some drainage from your incisions after you have a BBL, after you have liposuction. You know, I do a lot of liposuction surgery, and I tell patients, you're going to get drainage for a couple of days sometimes afterwards. And then the patients afterwards will wear a garment. Some people call it a faja. And there's a belief that maybe if you're not washing your faja regularly, that maybe that could cause a smell. But
wash your faja.
That it can happen. But once again, I don't think that this is a fault of the surgery necessarily. The surgery itself has its own detractors. There are issues with the operation anyway. But I think that the BBL smell itself is more of a personal individual thing. You know, if you don't have good hygiene, whether you have a BBL or not, you can smell back there.
You know, I just think it's so funny how something on social media just exists and people run with it. Smelly BBL. Like, never did I think that we would be saying that, like those two words together. But I do want to take the time. I mean, what's improper care versus proper?
I'm done. No, I don't want any more of it. There's still, like, it goes on so much longer. How did a legitimate news station play a whole video about stinky BBLs? I love big butts. I cannot lie. I followed a couple of OnlyFans stars that I believe had BBLs. Now that I know that they smell bad. I'm pretty sure I raided into a gal that had a BBL on Kick. That one woman. You guys probably, if you were here, you probably know. Pretty sure because she's like my third something fat displacement surgery or whatever the fuck. I played this video last night, but not everybody saw it, so I'm gonna play it again. This is how you feed a raven. They're gonna release them back into the wild, so that's why they have to have the mask on. If you're watching on Kick, we're gonna watch an episode or 2 or of a Bob's Burgers. I'm really tired right now. I'm starting to not be able to talk. We're gonna watch an episode or 2 of Bob's Burgers because I promised I would. This may be the last Troll Patrol for a little bit. I might be on tomorrow. I might not. Who knows? Possibly. We'll see what happens. If you want to make sure that you continue to see the Troll Patrol uninterrupted, the links, please. But I understand we're in hard times. Everybody having hard times. And I'm lucky that, you know, I have a very supportive system of people that will absolutely look out for me. Curiouser's already told me she's gonna watch the cats, and they've been there before. They love her, so it's not a big deal. I got multiple places I can couch surf for a little bit. Possibly gonna, like, usually I just set my computer up in my buddy's living room. I might see if, like, maybe, we can run some cords down to the garage. I can get set up in a way which I can still do the Troll Patrol. I love the way the dude came in and told me that I was being promoted on YouTube, and my numbers went down the entire time after he told me that. Thanks a lot. We were up to like 19 or 20 at that time. And then from that point on, the viewers went downward. It was a supersized Troll Patrol, so I don't do one for a little bit. Hopefully I won't be off for the month of October because we got debates coming up, and you know how much I like debates. But anyway, YouTube people, podcast people, light one up, tip one back. It's all right to have a little fun with the sack. I'll see you when I see you.